The September 30 meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals is now in session. Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals, which is also known as the BZA. I am Inta Malice, the chair of the board. The board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the Circuit Court. In addition to myself, we have Vice Chair Peter Owen and members Judy Freshman, Paul Melnick, and Portia Clark. Also present is the professional staff, including Stephen Rizzi, coordinator for the BZA, Blake Bowen, assistant to the zoning administrator, Mark Hamela, zoning technician, and Matt Busing, acting assistant to the zoning administrator. For the safety of our board members, county staff, applicants, and the participating community members, we are a virtual meeting today and all participants are joining remotely. We are legally authorized to hold this virtual meeting based on the governor's executive orders, legislation adopted by the Virginia Assembly, and the Arlington County Board's Continuity of Operations Ordinance adopted in March of 2020. We thank you for being here and extend a warm welcome. Before we call our first case, I will share with you some general information about the Board of Zoning Appeals. Then I will also share some ground rules on how we will conduct this virtual meeting. The staff reports for each case on tonight's agenda can be found on the BZA website. Staff has placed a link to the agenda in the chat section of the session. If you have not seen the report for your case, you may wish to review it before your item is called. The board's powers are prescribed in the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county's zoning ordinance adopted by the county board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board. This board does have the authority to do 3 things. We can approve use permits that allow modifications of placement requirements for structures on 1 and 2 family lots, where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modification. 2, we can grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance. And 3, we can decide appeals of the zoning administrator. When approving use permits, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meets conditions and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. To do this, the BZA shall consider whether the modifications will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood, because the structure's overall footprint, size, and placement are similar to the structures on the properties surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modifications will help preserve natural landform, historic features, and/or significant trees and foliage. When granting variance, the burden of proof is on the applicant to prove by preponderance of the evidence that the improvements meet the following criteria. The strict application of the ordinance would unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property, or that granting the variance would alleviate a hardship due to the physical conditions relating to the property or improvements thereon at the time of the effective date of the ordinance, or that the granting of the variance would alleviate a hardship by granting a reasonable modification to a property or improvement thereon requested by or on behalf of a person with a disability, and the property for which this variance is being requested was acquired in good faith and any hardship was not created by the applicant. That the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property and nearby properties in the proximity of the geographic area. That the condition or situation of the property concerned is not so general or reoccurring a nature as to make reasonably practical the adoption of an amendment to the ordinance, that the granting of the variance will not result in a use that is not otherwise permitted on the property or change the zoning classification of the property, and that the relief or remedy obtained through the variance is not available through a special exception process provided for under the zoning and/or subdivision ordinance. When deciding appeals of the zoning administrator, the board must use its judgment to determine if the administrator was correct. The order of our meeting is as follows. First, we will ask for a staff report, if any questions of staff. Sorry, I lost my place here. Following that, board members will request applicants or their representatives an opportunity to make comments to support the application or appeal. Next, all speakers for the items will be called. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may also ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone crosstalk or cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for applicants and speakers to be sufficient. 20 minutes for applicants of appeal, 5 minutes for applicants for use permits and variances, 3 minutes for speakers representing organizations, and 2 minutes for those speaking as individuals. After the board has gathered all the information they need and has discussed the case, it will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from the decision of this board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case of interest is heard, you are welcome to stay for the balance of the session or leave at your convenience. Now I would like to briefly orient everyone to our virtual environment and to cover a few specifics about how this evening's meeting will be run. Tonight's meeting is available to stream from the county website via a Microsoft Teams link. There is also a dial-in phone option for those who wish to use it. If board members, presenters, or speakers lose internet connectivity during today's meeting, please connect with us by phone. Please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called upon. Turn off sound to any other devices around you to minimize interference. For guests joining us via Teams, please turn off your video feed. Only board members will leave their cameras on. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon that is located on your meeting command bar. The moderator does not have the ability to unmute you. The meeting chat is active for presenters or board members who need technical assistance only. The meeting chat should not be used for discussion, public comment, questions about agenda items, or requests for more information. All public comments must be shared verbally for the record during the assigned public testimony period. Board members who wish to be recognized for an item will seek recognition verbally as usual. They also have the raise hand function if they wish to use it. All voting today will be taken via roll call. To applicants and public speakers. Public speakers and applicants, you will be called upon by county staff at an assigned time. Pre-registration to speak at today's hearing was requested. We will accommodate any additional speakers only if time permits. Public comment will take place within the time frame stated earlier, the same as we would in an in-person meeting. During public comment, a speaking timer will be displayed on the screen by staff. If you are dialing in by phone and unable to see the screen, we will provide an audible warning when 30 seconds are remaining. You will be muted when your time has concluded. Lastly, this is a public forum. Today's meeting will be recorded and posted to the county's website. All information associated with today's meeting, whether written or spoken, is subject to the Freedom of Information Act requirements. This concludes the introductory remarks. Mr. Rissy, could you call the first agenda item, please?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Mr. Owen?
Do that. Just might be worth noting that the link provided by Mr. Rissy also contains within it a link to the supplemental materials that were presented to the board earlier today. Mr. Rissy, you did not provide a separate link to the supplementary materials, right? Just to the meeting page?
Correct. I only have the one link to the agenda for the evening, which does include a link to the supplemental material within it.
Okay, so just people might want to take a look at that link in case there's materials that relate to their particular case.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Mr. Rissy, would you call the first item, please?
Yes. Case number V-11546-20-UP-1 is a use permit request by Ariane Lezak, the owner, to permit a street setback of 21.2 feet to the wall instead of 25 feet is required from North Columbus Street, and to permit a street setback of 17.8 feet to the post of the carport and 11.2 feet to the porch instead of 25 feet to the carport, 21 feet to the porch as required from Second Road North, and to permit a rear setback of 8 feet to the wall of the attached shed from the rear property line instead of 10 feet as required regarding the new addition, porches, carport, and shed on a corner lot in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 251 North Columbus Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Is there any questions for staff? All right. May we hear from the applicant, Ms. Ariane Lezak?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a camera?
Yeah, the video is on.
Okay.
It is under my name, Peter Nissen.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's under my husband's name.
Okay, we see you now. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to tell us about your application tonight?
It's a beautiful renovation to add to the splendor of the neighborhood and the new community center. It is a focal point as you drive into the neighborhood, and our architect Greg is actually here tonight too, and he's done a wonderful job of tying his design into the atmosphere of the community, and it'll just be a lovely addition.
All right. This is a carryover, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think one of the issues was a concern that your neighbor expressed.
Yes, ma'am. He had requested that we change one of the requests by 2 feet, and Greg redrew the drawings and we put them by him. He responded an email that he and his wife were fine with it, and then Greg submitted that to Stephen.
Very good. Stephen, do we have new drawings, or?
Yes, Madam Chair, yours are revised drawings.
Those are the revised drawings.
And a copy of the neighbor's communication was in our packet.
Are there?
This is Greg, the architect. Can I
Yes.
jump for 1 second?
Certainly.
So the changes in the drawing, really the only change to the drawings from what you had seen previously is that we increased the setback to the neighbor at the right per his request. So that is now a full 8 feet. So that was really the basis of these drawings. And so the plans and site plan indicate those changes, which then the neighbor withdrew his opposition to the addition.
Thank you. Mr. Rissy, excuse me, are there any speakers?
None signed up other than the applicant and their agent.
Are there anyone here tonight that wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Then we'll proceed. Board members, any questions or
Ms.
comments?
Freshman has her hand raised.
Yes,
Ms. Fishman?
we had this communication from Anthony Clapper. Could you please tell us, I can't find an address for him. So I wondered where he is in relation to your property.
Sure. Anthony is the house, as you're facing our property, he would be the house to the right of it. And he's the one that we just were discussing, was the neighbor who wanted the variance brought to 8 feet. And so Greg redesigned it and changed it, and we put it by him and he approved it. He said he was okay with it.
Okay, you don't have any feedback from across the street, 4814?
We had something like 10. We had gone to all of our neighbors and gotten about 10 people directly across the street. Yes, to the right, behind us. We had quite a few.
Ms. Freshman, are you missing one in particular?
I didn't see anything from 4814, but I won't belabor it.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think that might be, I think that 4814 might be Sam Smort. There's handwriting that's difficult to read on that one.
Okay.
Yes, I see. Yeah, that address is a little hard. It looks like 4811, but I think it's is someone speaking? Could anybody that's not part of this case mute themselves, please? Yeah, I think 4814 is Sam Ford. All right. Any other questions for the applicant or staff?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen,
I'm prepared to make a motion.
please.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11546-20-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed with an additional condition number 4, stating the applicants will obtain a building permit to construct the structure permitted herein by September 30th, 2023, or this use permit will be null and void.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Freshman, second. Mr. Owen?
Yes, I just wanted to comment that I think that this addition is really quite lovely looking, and I appreciate the patience of the applicant and the architect to work with the next door neighbor to make sure that there was no damage to their property. And so I'm very pleased to be able to approve this use permit.
Thank you. We appreciate it greatly.
Any other comments from board members? I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick? Ms. Clark? Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion passes motion granting the use permit passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And as Mr. Owen said, appreciate taking that extra time.
Quick question from the architect. Will we work with Stephen to get the executive summary so when we submit for permit, we have this as part of our permit application?
That's a thumbs up. That's a thumbs up from Steve.
So we'll contact with Stephen and coordinate with him.
That's right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item?
Yes, the next item is case number V-11547-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Erica Marin, the owner, to permit a street setback of 18.8 feet to the porch, 17.8 feet to the porch eve instead of 21 feet to the porch, 19.5 feet to the porch eave as required from South Culpeper Street regarding a new front porch in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 2432 South Culpeper Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed. There is actually additional supplemental material that came in after I sent you the supplemental material this afternoon. So make sure you check your supplemental material packet.
Mr. Rissy?
And we also have a speaker signed up for this item, Madam Chair.
Mr.
So-
Rissy? Oh, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. So you emailed us the additional supplemental material about 6:52. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Owen.
just for the record, I was hoping that Mr. Rissy could describe the supplemental material that we have received in 2 installments.
One item is a letter of opposition from a neighbor. The most recent item was an updated site plan from the applicant's agent, so showing some of the changes made since the last hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy.
All right, and that's a 14-page, that's 14 pages of material I'm seeing. Or is that all that, or that's what you sent us just recently includes everything, right?
Correct.
Okay,
It's just the updated site or supplemental material package. The additional document is only 1 page.
got it. Any questions for Mr. Rissy? Is the applicant here, Erica Marin?
Yes, I'm here.
Is your video, do you have your video on?
I do now. I was waiting for someone to tell me to put it on.
There you go. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to offer on behalf of your application?
Yes, I just wanted to apologize. There's a miscommunication between the architect, engineer, and myself, where they thought that they were not responsible for submitting this. I thought I wasn't. It was a mix-up, a miscommunication. So I apologize for how late it was submitted.
All right. Anything else?
No, if you all have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Okay. Mr. Rissy, have you seen the updated drawings? I think you're muted. Mr. Rissy, you were muted.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have it up on one of my screens now.
And do they need to be part of our package here? Or how do we do that?
I would say it's like any other supplemental material. It is part of the package.
Madam Chair,
So this is an updated drawing that we're seeing for the first time?
Correct.
All right. Is
Madam
everybody, Mr. Melnick?
so I wanted to ask, how it's different, like what's new? Or it's completely not included in the first one?
If you all wouldn't mind, I can answer that.
That, please.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Marin.
Oh, okay. So in the last meeting, I was asked to provide some sort of proposal for the water runoff management. The addition of what we submitted was exactly that, the proposal for water management. And I can kind of give you a brief synopsis of what it is. But so essentially it's the downspout at each end of the proposed porch will be connected to a dry spout of the appropriate size. And then you can see the actual, information sizes and all that in the supplemental material.
So I thought it was just one page you were sending us.
I'm again, the architect was the one who submitted the work. I can pull it up if you give me a moment.
Mr. Rissy, how many pages was this second? Was it just one page?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so
Okay.
this doesn't show anything about downspouts, does it?
Well, it does show the location of the downspouts, and it has a note for the downspouts, and it
I
says
see.
where they'll be directed.
I
There's a
see.
new note in the lower left-hand corner. So if you compare this drawing to the page in our packet that's right before the existing first floor plan. So there's a page midway through our packet labeled A001, and the page immediately before that shows a plat, and that plat appears to be the basis for the supplemental material that has the note with downspouts indicated.
Now, the plat that you just referred to, Mr. Owen, has some hash marks in it that don't appear on this drawing. With an arrow and a 12 or 17.8. Mr. Rissy, do you see the difference between the two?
Madam Chair, I think Mr. Owen was trying to explain it really is the note that I'm showing here on the screen, showing the location of the downspouts and where they'll be directed.
So the only thing what should happen is just that this note should be transferred to the original plat.
I think that's fine.
It's been submitted. This page is part of the record now.
Okay.
Right.
So we could refer to it in a motion if we got that far.
Okay. I was just trying to understand which document describes the dimensions of the porch.
I think they both do, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Also, the architect is now on the call. I'm not sure if you all would like to hear from him, but he can obviously give you more details than I can.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen.
I think it would be terrific to have the architect describe the stormwater management proposed.
Okay, I'm not sure how he gets access. Do I just?
What's your architect's name?
Scott Sturl.
Is he on this in this meeting?
He is.
Okay. Can he hear us, and can he turn his video on and unmute himself?
I'm asking him to do that now. Bear with me a moment. I'm awaiting a response. He's typing right now.
We have some hands raised, Madam Chair.
Ms. Freshman?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a general comment that this is the kind of issue that we're running into with virtuals that is making our meetings much less efficient. And I understand the confusion about who is supposed to submit it. And had it been in the original supplemental, I would have at least been able to look at it by printing it out. But I am not able to make any sense of what has been put up on my laptop screen and don't have any way to print it out and while we're talking. So if we were in person, at least we'd have a handout. And that's something that I don't know if we're going to be able to resolve, or if we're going to say at some point, if you don't get it in a time where at least we have an hour or two to look at it, then we can't do it. It's very frustrating to be sitting here and trying to help this applicant get through this process and not have really not have access to the materials in any useful way. So I'm obviously, as you can tell, I'm frustrated. This isn't the first time we've had sort of a last minute submission, but it's just indicative of the fact that we're not going to be able to ever get through a meeting with 15 or 20 items on it because of the delays that this particular way of meeting are presenting to us.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Your concerns are shared. Mr. Rissy?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out that we do have another speaker who has signed up to speak on this item, and if we are waiting, it might be good to call on them.
Yeah, let's hear from the speaker while we're waiting to see if we can connect with the architect. Mr. Rissy, would you call the speaker?
Erica Paz, if you're present, please turn on your video and or microphone.
So I'm hearing no response.
Nor am I.
Ms. Marin, have you connected with your architect?
I have, and he's saying that he doesn't have video, but that he has the ability to hear us and what's going on. That he has pressed the option *6 as indicated, and he's not sure if somebody is supposed to let him in or how, but he's not being given, I guess, the floor, so to speak.
Okay. Mr. Rissy, do you see someone that's dialed in?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 3 different people who have dialed in, one of whom has their microphone on.
What is the name of your architect?
His name is Scott.
Is Scott here?
And what are the last 2 digits of Scott's telephone number?
Give me one moment. So I have various numbers for him, but I think the one he might be calling on would be 8788.
Okay. The number ending in 88 is muted and needs to be unmuted before we can hear that person.
Where I can see him, he shows as Got it. Well, so who would be responsible for unmuting him?
Only he can unmute himself.
He's trying. He's saying the option it keeps giving him is *6, and it's not letting him talk.
Okay.
I could try to call him and put him on speakerphone. That's the only thing I can think of.
That's a good option. Maybe you could mute yourself and try to do that. Set that up, and we'll hear the other speaker, Madam Chair, in the meantime.
Ms. Paz has not come forward.
Okay.
So I don't know how long of a delay we're going to have here, whether we should just move on to the next item.
Well, I can do the call right now. Bear with me a moment. Hi, Scott. Can you all hear him?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So then I'm going to go ahead and let him speak.
I apologize for this technical glitch, but
Could you state your name, please?
I'm sorry, Scott Searle.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
Okay. So we had shown on the site plan that the downspouts at each end of the proposed front porch would be connected to a dry well, so that that water would not flow back toward the neighbor in the rear.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen,
I have a question for Mr. Sterl.
go ahead.
Mr. Sterl, do those downspouts just pertain to the roof of the addition, or will they also divert water from any of the rest of the structure into those dry wells?
Well, my thought was that it would only be the front porch, since that's what you are considering.
Uh-huh. Okay. I guess the issue is that the roof will catch some of the water runoff, but given the topology of the parcel, there's also the issue of water that runs from the front of the property towards the back that will no longer have pervious soil in front of the house to drain into, and instead will go around. So it's not, it seems like the issue might not just be rain that's falling on the 200 square feet of that particular roof, but also water sloshing around the rest of the property.
So we would need to then maybe install some underground drainage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any one specific solution, but we do have a neighbor who's very concerned about runoff here. And I think, if you could sort of, I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And I'm not a hydrologist or an architect, but you could imagine, for example, moving more of the existing roof into rain barrels or dry wells so as to compensate for the additional pervious structure, or constructing French drains in the back, or there might be other solutions. I don't know what's the least expensive, most efficient solution, but perhaps as an architect, you might be able to suggest one.
Yes, I probably could. And I understand the drainage is an issue, but I do think that the drainage from the front part of the second floor of the existing house would drain onto the porch roof of the proposed porch roof, and therefore then into these two dry wells.
Okay, so that means that the structure on the house after the proposed addition would divert less water to run across the surface than the current condition. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I believe you're muted.
I am muted. Thank you. Any other questions for the architect or Ms. Mirren? So the discussions with the board.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen,
I have a question for staff.
go ahead.
Mr. Rissy, if we were to impose a condition to discuss the stormwater runoff, is there a stage of the permitting process near the end of the process that we could time or make conditional on completion of the proposed stormwater mitigation, like a occupancy permit or final something or other?
Final inspection?
Mr. Owen, I'm unsure whether the structure as an addition would require a new certificate of occupancy for the dwelling, but that would probably be what you're looking for. It would probably be the only thing towards the end of the process that we could hold.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Freshman.
can I ask Mr. Owen if he's actually trying to work on a condition?
Yes,
My
ma'am.
concern is that even though apparently Ms. Paz is not speaking, we did have previous communications about her concern about runoff, I believe, to the rear. And given the topography, I don't see that the one that's being worked on with regard to the front porch addition is addressing the existing condition, to which I think she was speaking. So I'm not sure that we're making a whole lot of progress when it comes to the runoff issue raised by the neighbor.
I'm willing to go along with the crowd here. So if the board is inclined to defer, I'll go along with that. If the board is inclined to try and move forward, I'll try and craft a condition.
I don't, so the applicant is responsible for mitigating the stormwater from this requested porch. Mr. Owen, are you suggesting that they need to go a step further in terms of mitigating, pre-existing stormwater runoff?
I think, was that a question from Mr. Freshman or for me?
Mr. Owen.
My concern was to be satisfied that the porch construction after stormwater mitigation doesn't make the situation worse than it is today.
Okay.
I would love it if, out of a sense of neighborliness, they also mitigated the problems that already exist. But as a BZA member, I don't feel I can impose that.
Okay.
So if it was just mitigating literally the surface area of the addition, I know that's not enough. But it seems to me the preponderance is if it's the whole front of the roof, including the porch, then that's enough to make there be less stormwater draining than there is today. Not much less, not as much less as I would wish if I were the neighbor, but less nonetheless.
Mrs. Freshman?
I don't have any interest in reviewing it for a third time. But I do think, I hope that the applicant at least would go away with the impression that there appears to be a runoff issue for the downhill neighbors, and that they would do well within their capacity to try to address that while they are specifically addressing the issues related to the porch.
Is it okay if I speak? I don't know if I'm allowed.
Do you have a comment?
I do, if that's okay.
Please.
I'm not sure where the neighbor is located, but I do know that we have tried weekly, numerous times to speak to the two neighbors. People, they don't answer the doors. The one time that I was able to speak to someone, it was a while back. And she spoke with me and didn't have any issues. I also asked if there was anything she would like me to do to be neighborly. I wasn't given anything. So I guess at this point, I would obviously, I am inclined to be neighborly, and I don't want any issues both for myself or my neighbor. you know, but I do feel like I've exhausted all possible ways to communicate with my neighbors.
Do you know Miss Paz, Erica Paz?
I think I do. I think I've spoken with her, and I guess I'm just a little thrown off because when I spoke with her, she didn't have any issues. So this is news to me. And you know, everyone's allowed to change their minds, absolutely. I just wish I could have spoken with her and tried to relieve some of her concerns, but at the same time, there's only so much I can do. Again, I've exhausted all measures or all possible ways to communicate. I've left multiple notices, multiple letters, multiple notes.
So,
with the current condition and the current climate, with everything going on.
So you now have in the record now is her email address. So
Okay.
you do have another way to communicate with her and you let her know what this board decided and you know what you're offering to do.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
So what Mr. Owen was referring to sounds completely reasonable to me. You know, just taking care of the porch, you know, the runoff that could be caused by the existence of the porch. And so I'm all for just limiting it to that. And, you know, if we can fashion a condition like we were talking about before that addresses those, it's sufficiently like a large enough dry well to cover that water, I'd be all for that. So I'm, you know, definitely in agreement with Mr. Owen on his approach.
Mr. Owen, okay. I don't know who was first. Ms. Freshman, you have your hand up, and Mr. Did you have another comment? Ms. Freshman, you're muted. No, okay. Mr. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go
Well,
ahead.
first, let me provide the proposed condition and see if the applicant and the applicant's agent or our architect get it. So I would propose an additional condition that says the applicant agrees as a condition of the certificate of occupancy to install drainage from all portions of the roof forward of the center peak of the roof be diverted to dry wells such that stormwater from those portions of the roof will not travel off the parcel.
Is Mr. Sterl still here?
I am.
Yes, he is.
Did you follow that?
I did.
How's that sound?
I think it sounds perfectly reasonable.
Okay.
Mr. Rissy, do you have any comments on the phrasing of that to be clear to staff when it tries to enforce?
I'm still not sure that this structure will require a CO, as I believe it is a addition rather than a new single-family dwelling.
Yeah. But there's nothing else that you can think of to stick it to, right?
Other than the issuance of the building permit, that would be the one that we typically use.
Oh, well, oh, I see. Well, why don't we just say building permit then? Well, I'll say building permit and cert C of O, just to do belt and suspenders.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Freshman?
do you also have to reference the latest drawing, which is not what we originally saw?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen?
I don't think the latest drawing helps us because it just includes some words that say something that's less than what we actually want.
Okay.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right, please proceed.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11547-20-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed plus 2 additional conditions. First, the applicant agrees as a condition of the building permit and the certificate of occupancy to install drainage from all portions of the roof forward of the center peak of the roof be diverted into dry wells such that stormwater from those portions of the roof will not travel off the parcel. And a condition number 5, which is the 3-year expiration that we have made standard on the earlier permit and the last 40 permits that we've done.
Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Melnick?
how about the possibility that a building permit wouldn't need to be issued? Because that was mentioned. And I was, so for Mr. Rizzi, it just sounded like that was still a possibility. I mean, not a building permit, but a certificate of occupancy.
Madam Chair, my motion has not been seconded.
I will second. For
Madam
discussion, Mr. Owen?
So, Mr. Melnick, I guess I would say if there's no certificate of occupancy, then that part of there's 2 possible ways that language could be interpreted. One is it could apply to the certificate. Maybe it would be interpreted to apply to the certificate of occupancy for the whole structure, including the house, or maybe the zoning administrator would deem it a nullity. But I can't think of any other way besides mentioning both the building permit and the C of O to try to get something in here. Moreover, I do have the sense that both the applicant and the architect are operating in good faith and actually intend to execute this condition.
What I would propose, if I could, is how about like an outside time limit? Something like that. If the architect could propose, an outside time limit, just in case the certificate of occupancy is unapplicable. How about something like that?
Does that resonate with you, Mr. Owen?
I'm happy to do that.
So you're asking unanimous consent to modify the motion?
Yeah. Let me just write down something. All right, I would ask unanimous consent to add after the word occupancy, the phrase, and in any event, no later than 60 days after the completion of the proposed structure.
That sounds good with me.
That's fine with me. So that becomes part of the motion. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry to interrupt. May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
What you all are talking about the motion, will this be written somewhere where I can make sure I
Yes.
have everything? Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I cover everything.
Yes, Mr. Rizzi can help you with that after the meeting. There are minutes where this is all written out, and
Perfect.
for you and for your architect.
Thank you, sir.
But the intention of the motion is to ratify what your architect just already described to us that he intended to do. So hopefully hopefully if we understood him right, he just builds what he already was thinking of, and then you'll be good.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I meant more so for myself than for him. He's got it. He's great. I'm more concerned about myself and knowing
Sure.
that I know what's going on. He's amazing. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's a good testimonial. If there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion to grant the use permit is approved 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Marin, for hanging in there with us, and thank you for your architect. That was very helpful.
Thank you to you all. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item?
Yes, Madam Chair. The next item is case number V-11571-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by the Bangladesh Islamic Center, the owner, to permit the following setbacks from an existing non-residential religious institution structure: 35.4 feet to the wall from the center line of South Nelson Street instead of 50 feet is required, 15.4 feet to the wall from the front lot line of South Nelson Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet is required. 5 feet to the wall, 4.6 feet to the eaves from the right side lot line instead of 20 feet, 16 feet to the eaves as required, and 2.6 feet to the porch from the rear lot line instead of 50 feet as required. To permit the following setbacks to an accessory residential dwelling: 20.8 feet to the wall, 19.5 feet to the eaves, 17.1 feet from the existing stoop from the from the South Nelson Street instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave and stoop as required, and a rear setback of 0.1 feet to an existing detached accessory building, a shed, instead of 1 foot to the eaves as required. Regarding the combination of 3 existing lots with existing structures to create one single lot on the properties known as 2116, 2122, 2130 South Nelson Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the proposed resolution deferring the use permit to the October 14th BZA hearing. And I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed. And we do have speakers for this case as well.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Was the deferral at the request of the applicant?
It was an agreement between the applicant and staff.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rissy?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen?
Yes, I noticed that the measurements in the advertisement were stated in terms of distance from the center line of the street.
Okay.
And typically these days, we do our measurements from the edge of the right-of-way, and I was just wondering why this is different than the usual.
It is different as it is a non-residential structure. Most of our structures are residential structures, and their setbacks are specifically now only from the edge of the street. For non-residential structures such as this, the setback is either from the center line of the street or from the edge of the street, whichever is greater. In this case, the reduction from the center line is actually greater than the reduction from the edge of the street.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzi. That's helpful.
Ms. Clark, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Is there anything you wish to say at this time, or shall I proceed?
Well, I think we can proceed since it is being deferred. There's a lot more being looked at.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Rissy, can I just clarify the advertisement? Our action does not create a single lot. That's done separately, or is part of our action to create a single lot?
No, your action is just for the approval of the reduction of the setbacks.
Okay. And that has already happened, or is that yet to happen, the consolidation?
The consolidation has not happened and cannot happen. My understanding is if there are setbacks that are not approved.
Okay, and the consolidation is approved by the county board?
Department of Environmental Services.
By DES, okay. Thank you.
No volume.
All right, is the applicant here, please? And is someone here representing the Bangladeshi Islamic Center?
Madam Chairman, Barnes Lawson, I've been watching.
Mr. Lawson, welcome.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. The deferral is requested to...
Mr. Owen, excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Lawson. Just before we proceed, so we know how to pace our questions, are there any speakers on this item besides the applicant?
Yes, there are. And he is the applicant. And I think Mr. Rissy's indicated there are speakers. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Lawson. You can continue.
Yes, we've been walking the neighborhood, knocking on doors, and we're aware that there's concerns with the neighbors. And so we asked for the additional time to attempt to address those. And we're also going to pay a visit with the Civic Association. So that's the reason for the deferral request.
What's your schedule to meet with the Civic Association?
I thought we would set that up. Mr. Reese and I are going to meet tomorrow afternoon, hopefully over coffee. Can't go in the county building. And I thought I would touch base with him. And then after that, contact the Civic Association.
All right. So that would be before the 14th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rissy, how many speakers do we have? I'm sorry, you got a speakers list here. I can look at that.
Additional speaker who has signed up in advance, Madam Chair.
Okay. Besides Mr. Grant, who has signed up, is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on this item? Okay, so the only speaker is Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, would you like to unmute yourself and join us?
Hi everyone, am I clear to go here?
Mr. Grant, you're good.
Great. Excellent. Madam Chair and members of the Board of Zoning Appeals, thank you very much for your time in this evening, especially in these strange times. I have to admit I'm not expert in this process, but as this matter now appears to be a discussion item, or at least it's extended and not an action item, I just have a quick item for the board and staff to keep an eye on. I promise you I'll be quick. My family has lived on South Nelson Street, just a couple doors up from the BIC since 2009, and in general they've been pretty good neighbors. Just because I feel like it's important to say, we love and welcome all different kinds of communities and faiths here in Green Valley. My particular question about this site in general is the parking infrastructure, which in my reading of the attachments appears to be one of the desired outcomes of this consolidation process, is achieving a better parking infrastructure. I just think it's worth noting that the BIC is different than many other houses of faith in that their services are multiple times a day, every day. And it's not clear to me that their current or proposed parking infrastructure reflects that type of daily usage. The current parking lot that is one of these lots here, the furthest on the left as you look at your screen, is a gravel lot in the middle of a residential street. The walls surrounding the lot are in terrible condition and generally seem unsafe. I would hope that as the county and the BZA discusses the changes that the BAC is seeking through this process, that they would take the concerns of the neighborhood into consideration. I also realize that the intent of this process is to create a better parking situation for all parties. And I realize that the BZA is a permitting body and not an enforcement body. But as such, I would just ask the county and the BZA and staff to follow through to make sure that the desired outcome of better, safer parking for the BIC and our neighborhood are achieved as a result of this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Rissy, could you, I think there's multiple parts to this process. At what point, or maybe Mr. Lawson, at what point is parking addressed? Is that part of the use permit that's not us? Or
upon the approval of this use permit package,
our use permit?
Yeah, the engineer will submit a plat of consolidation. He may already have a preliminary in, and we're dedicating some additional road frontage, and that threw us into non-compliance with the setback from the street as well. So upon approval of this, we will get our plat of consolidation finally approved. We'll dedicate some additional road frontage, and then the engineer will submit a plan to go ahead and do a far superior parking lot to what's there now. I'd like to share that one of the reasons I'm meeting with Steve tomorrow is I've already drafted some possible conditions to address concerns. The things that I've been hearing from neighbors across the street are some of the lights shine across the street into their homes. So we're going to try to shield that. After services, a lot of time, the members are using the street instead of the sidewalk. And some of the neighbors across the street are afraid they'll back into the street and perhaps hit somebody in the road. And they want some screening of the parking lot. And so I've started working on some conditions. I'm sure there'll be other concerns that are brought up. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of what we're working on and the reason for the deferral.
Well, Mr. Lawson, will those conditions be for this use permit or for a use permit that goes before the county board?
No, there shouldn't be a use permit before the county board. It should be a by right exercise to put in the parking lot. So this would be either imposed by the BZA or we could do a side agreement.
All right. And so when you come back in October, you'll come back with full plans of the site?
No, ma'am. We'll come back with conditions. I can ask the engineer if he has started on the design of the parking lot. I doubt that he has, because I think the mosque wanted to get the approval first before spending the money. I can also check and see where the plat of consolidation stands.
So will there be any drawings showing what the location of structures that you're requesting the setbacks for?
Yes, we have that. And that's if we could go back to the aerial photo, it's the two structures. It's these two, there's these structures here, I'm pointing, I know you can't see me, but these structures are too close to the road. And so when I think even if we didn't dedicate, I think we would need a use permit in order to do the plat of consolidation.
So these structures remain, you're not building any new structures?
No, ma'am. The only thing that is in the plans right now is to do the parking lot. The mosque is not unaware of the fact that currently some of their members are parking on the roads, and our hope is to get as much of the members into the on-site parking as possible.
So when you come back, you'll show us plats that show these existing buildings and the dimensions from the street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Colleagues, any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Ms. Clark?
I guess the parking lot, Mr. Lawson, you mentioned by right. Is that with or without the consolidation of the lot?
I got a determination from the zoning administrator that currently this is 3 separate properties. And you can see that it's 3 separate properties by the dashed red lines. And the zoning administrator gave us a determination that we can't use a parking lot as the church. We can't use a parking lot not on the same property as the church, thus the consolidation.
Okay, but I guess I'm aware that the one lot that used to have a residence on it, there are some language that the county put in years ago indicating that it could not be used for parking.
That I'm not familiar with. I'll have to run a title or ask the mosque if they have title.
Okay, and then there was a temporary approval for parking on the lot, which is occurring now, but it was just for specific holiday parking to alleviate the burden on the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am. We want to go ahead and put in a, compliant parking lot. With,
I have a BZA meeting.
Okay, we need someone to turn their mic off who just joined us. Ms. Freshman?
I understand that this is a request for a deferral. What I'm hearing is a number of issues that are sort of hanging out there. The one issue that I'm particularly interested in is the Civic Association. And even before COVID, we ran into cases where in order to have issues dealt with by the Civic Association, depending on the meeting schedule, it could easily be far longer than what this is, which is 2 weeks. So I don't object to the deferral, but I question whether or not October 14th works and gives the community an opportunity to have a virtual conversation sufficient to address some of the outstanding issues.
If it doesn't, we'd be delighted to defer again.
Okay.
Wait a minute, before I'm going to go to Mr. Owen first. He had his hand up first. Mr. Owen?
I think my question might be answered after Ms. Clark asks her question. So,
Okay, Ms. Clark, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to answer Judy's question regarding the meeting with the Civic Association, which I am president currently, and Mr. Lawson has indicated he will schedule a meeting with us, but that has not been scheduled yet. And it's going to be very difficult to get this information to our general membership between now and the 14th.
Would you like?
Precisely my point.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Mr. Lawson, I did not hear what you just said.
I just asked, should I move the deferral further out?
I'm sounding like it might be more realistic. Mr. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Lawson. And Ms. Clark, I think you might be getting an echo from your microphone right now. Mr. Lawson, my question is, what's the motivation for the applicant not just to just not leave things though exactly the way they are? There's a lot of regulatory effort here. What has prompted action as opposed to just continuing the way things are now?
My understanding is a desire to make peace with the neighbors and get as much parking off the streets as possible. They were apparently there's been a lot of complaints about that, and that's what they shared with me, that they want to do the on-site parking. That's my understanding. There's no hidden agenda that they're going to put in a new building or anything of that nature.
Okay, so the whole goal here is they're not building anything new on the site except a parking lot. And the reason for going to all this trouble is to make the neighbors happier. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And part of that selfish as well, because their members, would rather park in the parking lot than, 100 yards away or 300 yards away or whatever.
I remember back when I used to go to church, I parked on neighborhood streets, and now I feel guiltier about it than I did at the time. I guess if that's the whole reason we're doing this, then it makes more sense to me that we leave lots of time for that neighbor interaction. We got a written statement and we got a verbal statement tonight, both where neighbors felt like more information sharing would be good and helpful and constructive. So I would say if that's the goal for the applicants, then a deferral at least to November makes more sense to me. The other thing I would say, Mr. Lawson, is I hope part of the proposal for the parking lot might include the use of tandem spaces and/or attended spaces. You can get, when you have an event, when people are arriving all for the same event and arriving and leaving at the same time, it's particularly conducive to 2 in a row or 3 in a row tandem parking, and especially if you had an attendant. So it just might be something to consider as you have your discussions with the neighborhood about how to get the most efficient use of that parcel for parking.
Thank you. That's an excellent suggestion.
And
Mr.
I would say just also that given the purposes, Mr. Lawson, that you've described for this whole effort, it does seem, and since no other public body besides the BZA is likely to be involved here, it probably does make sense to try and put as much of the end game on the table as possible, right? And so neighbors might be more inclined to join your proposal with their ringing endorsement if they, for example, saw preliminary drawings for the parking lot design and that sort of thing.
Mr. Owen, one of the neighbors is an engineer who lives directly across the street from the middle lot, and he made a couple of suggestions, and I think I'm going to talk to the mosque and see if we can't get their engineer to go ahead and at least do a sketch.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Ms. Freshman, do you have your hand up? Okay. So, Mr. Lawson, do I understand that you must, in order to use the lot as a parking lot, you must consolidate? Is that part of what's driving this?
Yes, ma'am. We got a determination, it's been a while ago, from the zoning administrator that in order to have it be applicable to the mosque, to the house of worship, it has to be on the same property. It can't be on a separate property.
Okay, even though I see. So even though ownership is all the same?
Yes, ma'am.
It needs to be formally consolidated.
I questioned that, but we thought this was the easier route.
All right. This discussion's been helpful to sort of help us understand why we're involved and what our role is here. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I just checked the schedule, your all's calendar, and it looks like November 18 would be
That sounds about right.
Next date.
That is correct.
Okay. That would be an acceptable date.
All right. If there's no further discussion, do we have a motion? Nobody wants to move this? Nobody wants to move a deferral? I will.
I will.
Ms. Freshman.
On the matter of, I move the Board of Zoning Appeals defer the application for the use permit requested in case V-115-271-20-UP1 to the November 18, 2020 BZA hearing.
Is there a second? I will second. Any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion to defer this matter to the November 18, 2020 BZA hearing has been approved. So we'll see the applicant back in November. But I think you got a lot of guidance on, kind of what we might be looking at when you come back.
Thank you.
Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11572-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Judith Cotting and Saridanis Papadopoulos, the owner, to permit a left side setback of 5.4 feet from the side property line to the swim spa above ground pool instead of 8 feet as required. A rear setback of 20 feet to the swim spa from the rear property line instead of 25 feet is required. A right side setback of 1.25 feet to the wall, 1 foot to the eave of the relocated shed instead of 10 feet to the wall, 6 feet to the eave as required, and a rear setback of 10 feet to the wall, 9.7 feet to the eave of a relocated shed instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required regarding a new above-grade swim spa and relocated shed in the R6 zoning district on a premise known as 2617 North Lexington Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Are there any questions for staff?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen?
The staff report states on page 3 that while the proposed accessory structures are ineligible for reduced setback standards by right that would be allowed for accessory buildings, the structures have less bulk and massing than accessory buildings that could be permitted by right in these same locations. And this is an anomaly of the zoning ordinance in general, that accessory buildings are permitted by right substantially closer to property lines in some cases than accessory structures are. Can staff explain what is the policy rationale for allowing accessory buildings by right closer than accessory structures are allowed by right? What goal is that serving?
I don't know that I can give you a clear explanation of the policy rationale. What I can do is give you a bit of a back history on where we got to where we are today. You feel free to stop me anytime, but the 1 foot setback allowance originated from a section of the zoning ordinance for automobile parking, specifically accessory buildings and private parking areas, i.e. garages, driveways, and parking pads. Accessory buildings and private parking areas were only permitted in the rear yards and could be as close as 5 feet to any alley and 1 foot from any rear and side lot lines. Buildings were only allowed at these setbacks if they were 1 story or less than 14 feet in height. The only structures that were originally contemplated and allowed to encroach into required yards were projections from the buildings, including porches, steps, stoops, and balconies, and 2, fences and walls. By 1965, the placement and setback requirements, which were previously located throughout the zoning ordinance, were consolidated into a single section. However, the setback requirements for accessory buildings and other structures remained unchanged. By 1976, the 1 foot setback allowance changed to provide for accessory buildings in R districts and provide a 15-foot yard between the building and the rear wall of the main dwelling. There were no provisions provided for accessory structures, and the ordinance language stipulated that the 1 foot setback did not apply to air conditioning units, which are deemed structures and not a building. In 2000, the requirements for accessory buildings were amended as part of a larger set of placement and setback amendments. The amendments did not result in any changes or consideration of setback relief for accessory structures, only for accessory buildings. In the early 2000s, the county conducted a zoning study in response to the large structures that were being built in the county, resulting in an amendment addressing the concerns by modifying the bulk and lot coverage requirements rather than the setback and placement requirements. Bulk and lot coverage primarily pertain to the buildings and paved parking areas rather than structures. So for 70 years, the policy rationale for the 1 foot setback allowance for accessory buildings has never been explicitly stated, so we can only speculate. But what we can say is, based on the origin of the 1 foot setback allowance for accessory buildings, it was originally for automobile parking, and the long-standing silence in the zoning ordinance concerning the placement alternatives for structures seems that buildings located 1 foot from the rear and side lot lines were deemed reasonable and or expected development, form, and configuration, but a structure needed additional scrutiny and consideration as provided for today by the BZA.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. That was extremely helpful.
Are those comments available in writing somewhere?
They can be.
That might be useful for us to take a look at, just for our own education. Mr. Owen, any further comments or questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, Has the applicant joined us? Ms.
I'm here.
Cotting, Mr.
I'm here.
Papadopoulos? All right.
I'm-
All right. Do you have a camera that you can turn on?
I see myself. I hope that you see me. I'm
I
sorry.
see you now. I see you now. There,
Okay.
all right. You're all set. Welcome.
All right, very good.
Good evening.
Thank you very much, and good evening. My wife Judith and I have lived in 2617 North Lexington Street since 2006. We live here with our 10-year-old son. And this spring's closure, due to the public health emergency, has pushed us to seek alternative venues for exercise and for ways to burn off the energy of our very energetic 10-year-old, especially with gyms and pools closed. We found that bicycling and walking were limited for our son. And we hope that the board will appreciate that there's only so much walking and biking any child will want to do. We want to keep him occupied and we want to stay fit ourselves. We then settled on a swim spa as a solution to this particular problem. We tried to figure out why we needed the use permit. We read the language as closely as we could, and we went to Mr. Ricci, and he advised us as best he could. The swim spa itself is 120 square feet in size of the backyard, and we basically located it on the flattest part of the backyard, and we're proposing to put it at 5.4 feet from the fence on the side, and 21 feet, as I recall, from the back. This use permit would allow us to use it for recreation and exercise year-round, and we're very fortunate to be in the position to do this, to afford doing this, that is, and we respectfully request that you look at our request with favor. Thank you very much, and I stand by for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Papadopoulos. Any questions for the applicant? All right, discussions with the board.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Melnick?
Yes, I have a question for the applicant, just out of curiosity. Mr. Papadopoulos?
Yes.
Randy,
it's easier.
Okay, so in reference,
I'm sorry I missed you.
So in reference to the unit, I'm trying to get an idea of the noise level of the unit. Is it a pretty quiet unit? Because I've many different brands. Some almost have like a loud noise to them. Some are probably extremely quiet. But what can you say about that?
My wife and son and I went to the vendor for this particular unit up in Rockville, and when you turn it on indoors, it is less loud than an exterior air conditioning unit. I would say that it would be probably something like half the volume of that, I'm guessing. I mean, I'm not an expert, I'm a historian, but I would suggest that that would be about the volume, I'd say. So it would be, there is some volume to it, but I wouldn't say it's very loud.
Okay, thank you.
And the volume is only when it's running.
That is correct. Only when you're using it as a swimmer. I should have noted that. There would be a quiet pump that would be used, but that would be similar to any swimming pool pump, which I don't think I've ever heard one outside of normal use.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Do we want to move this forward?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Irwin?
So with further help from Mr. Rissi's explanation tonight, it seems to me that the policy justification for comparing structures to buildings is that the buildings seem to intend that they're parking garages. And so parking garages are well understood uses. Lots and lots of people have them and know what they're like, and they're not that disruptive. Typically, a typical parking garage, someone pulls in 2 to 6 times a day, and then cars are stored in it, and they're quiet and not very disruptive. So it seems to me that perhaps the policy justification that we're supposed to evaluate here for structures that are in the same part of the property where garages can be built by right is what along the lines of what Mr. Melnick was just talking about. How disruptive and unusual would it be for neighbors to have to live next to the structure and in ordinary use? And what we have for this particular application are all of the adjacent neighbors have signed off on this proposal and have assured the Board of Zoning Appeals that there will not be disruption that they cannot tolerate. So it seems like we will have done our job if we agree with the neighbors and their evaluation of this slightly atypical kind of structure and allow it on this parcel. But I just wanted to run through the analysis that I think as a Board of Zoning Appeals we are obligated to make to ask why is this not already allowed by right? Why are we supposed to, as a Board of Zoning Appeals, make this evaluation? And what is the evidence before us in making that evaluation? So after considering those factors, I'm prepared to support an approval of this use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. That's helpful to make that distinction that it appears that structures may be a variety of things that we can't predict the impacts of, whereas a garage is something that we are familiar with. Any other comments, observations?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Melnick?
Yeah, so yeah, I agree with what Mr. Owen was saying about the approval of the neighbors. I think it's important to also look into the future, because people do come and go, they move in, they move out. But I appreciate Mr. Papadopoulos's explanation of the sound level. It sounds like something that's pretty reasonable. So, I just wanted to make that point, though. I think looking into the future too is important, but just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Mr. Melnick. I think we're moving towards a motion.
I'll make a motion, Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick?
Okay. In case V1157220UP1, I move that the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit in the case stated, including if it's required, the 3-year period of time for the building permit. And I'm not sure, I'd have to ask staff if there's even a building permit here that's required.
I guess it doesn't hurt to put the condition in.
Okay.
Second.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Ms. Clark. Any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Ms. Melnick? Mr. Melnick? Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion to grant the use permit has been adopted 5-0. Approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your support and also the county's staff on support on this too. Thank you very much and good night.
All right, good evening. Mr. Risley, will you call the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is case number V-11573-20-EP-1. It is a use permit request by Christopher Getz, Engineering and Barbicane owners to permit a street setback of 18.1 feet to the porch, 15.5 feet to the porch eave from North Jackson Street, 14.8 feet to the porch, 12.8 feet to the porch eaves, 11.2 feet to the window well from the 6th Street North instead of 21 feet to the porch and window well, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves from the street as required, to permit a left side setback of 6.9 feet to the porch and deck from the left side property line instead of 8 feet to the porch, 5 feet to the deck as required, to permit a left side setback of 3.5 feet to the air conditioning unit, from the side property line instead of 8 feet as required without screen. Regarding modification to the front porch and rear decks, a proposed AC unit and window well addition to an existing non-conforming one-family dwelling in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 524 North Jackson Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And I'd like you to please note that we do have an additional speaker who has signed up for this item, though I do believe they are part of the applicant's team.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Is Mr. Getz or Ms. Barbican Kane here with us tonight?
Hello, yes, we are here tonight. Chris Getz speaking.
Hi, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
No problem. It's Barbicane. You were
Barbicane, I was okay. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your application?
Madam Chairman, Barnes Lawson, I was going to start off real quickly and then turn it over to the owners, if that's okay.
You are the attorney representing, all right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, this property's been vacant for a long time, and it's been the subject of break-ins and vandalism. Both the applicant, the owners, and the contractor have worked with Stephen and Desiree on this property and this project, and they've been very, very helpful to them. The reason we're here is because to lift up the porch, we need to come to the BZA. The balance of this is by right. In addition, we're going to alter the deck that the Rinkers got approved quite a while ago, and that also requires you all to allow us to alter the deck. The test that one has for a use permit, this is a substandard lot as far as width. It's a corner lot. We're going straight up. We're not expanding the footprint. You all can see there are many houses that are similarly situated and many lots that are very similar. They're only doing a 2-story addition. This could go up even higher. This is being done to preserve their open space and to not raise the current house, which was built in 1922. We meet the other tests as are set forth by Steve in the staff report. I'm going to turn this over to the owners and let them tell the story of how they got here tonight. It's very interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. And thank you all for your time this evening. So as noted, my name is Janine Barbicane, and this is my husband, Chris Getz. And we have been looking for a single family home in Arlington for over 5 years now. And you know, not only is it a very competitive market, but we really wanted to find the right house to raise our future family. We had spent a lot of time finding, you know, the perfect house, and we absolutely fell in love with this location, but not only the location, but the neighborhood and the house itself. We absolutely love the look and charm and wanted to try to preserve that and preserve that 1922 bungalow feel, as opposed to tearing down the home and building a new structure. We really wanted to try to keep that. So we were fortunate to have the opportunity to purchase the home in June of 2019. We spent a couple months putting together some renovation plans, and then we went to permitting. We realized that we needed to go in front of the BZA because of the reasons that Mr. Lawson mentioned, and we started the process, and then COVID hit. So as Mr. Lawson mentioned, the house has been vacated for 16 months. We've recently had 2 break-ins to the home, but fortunately, our contractor had, you know, did everything he could to board it up and to make the home, you know, to put up no trespassing signs. But because it has been vacated for this long of a time period, regretfully, you know, people have started to notice and have broken in, and we've actually had neighbors reaching out to us just asking, you know, what can we do to help move this along so you all can move in. The other thing that I thought I would mention, just the last point, is I know that it's important as part of this application to have a number of letters of support When we were made aware of this in the spring, we did, and this was just after the onset of COVID, we reached out with the email addresses that we were able to find. We were able to get 10 letters of support as early as the spring of this year. And then there was just a couple more that we didn't, neighbors that we did not have email addresses for. So then we went to 601 North Jackson and 525 North Jackson, and we were able to meet our neighbors in person, which was nice, and we were able to get their letters of support. So we do have 12 letters of support.
Yeah, so I just add that Brian and Bill and the White House on the screen have been extremely helpful in sort of being a caretaker for our house and an advocate for the renovations that we want to do. So we're at this point, it's been a significant amount of time. We're just anxious, and we'd really like to get started. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I realized that I didn't give my colleagues an opportunity to ask questions of staff. So at this time, if you have questions of staff or the applicant, please be recognized. Mr. Owen?
Thank you. My first question is, do I correctly understand that your intention is to jack up the existing main house so that the basement can be finished?
Correct. The finished ceiling height in the basement right now is roughly 6 feet, and we'd like to raise the house 2.5 feet.
So how much of the current structure will remain versus being torn down?
Sure. So there's an addition on the rear that was added in 1978, and there's actually a step down. So we are going to, and the construction really wasn't done that well. So that portion is going to be completely new, but the original 1922 portion will be part of the renovation and/or the portion that really will be lifted.
Okay, that's very helpful. The next question I had is, the staff report does not show any AC air conditioning units in the neighborhood that are as close to where you're proposing. And I'm just wondering, it seems like there's room, at least theoretically on the parcel, to put in an AC unit that's by right. And so what's driving the location of the AC unit where you have it now?
So it's my understanding that there is one existing AC unit that's next to our neighbors, Brian and Bill. And my understanding is the reason that we're asking for this is we want a dual system. So we're going to need 2 AC units. And if you need further clarification, I'd ask our contractor, Len Matthews, to chime in.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, why not locate it under the deck or something?
I don't think it's ideal to have it under the deck. Another location that we could possibly put it in is on where the picture that's shown there, like on the side of the house, like this side that faces 6th Street. And we could screen it there too.
Where is the existing AC unit is on the left side of the house right now?
Yeah, it's between that house and the White House.
And is there a reason that the second unit couldn't go right next to it?
Well, that's what we're proposing. If you see on this picture where the blue trash can is, it's down there.
So the existing is non-conforming?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Are you proposing screening for the AC units?
We can.
I think the zoning ordinance prefers screening.
Yeah, I think that the zoning ordinance, when it's within 8 feet, and you can bring it as close as 5 feet if it's screened for 3.5 feet, and we can certainly screen it.
Yeah, I mean, unless there's a reason not to, I would say it would be great if you would agree to screen it.
Okay.
My only other, are there any speakers, Madam Chair?
We'll get to that. Go ahead.
My next question would depend on whether there's speakers, so I guess I'll hold on.
Mr. Rissy, are there speakers?
Madam Chair, the speaker who signed up to speak is
the agent, yes. So there's no, are there any other speakers here tonight that did not sign up that wish to speak? Doesn't look like it, Mr. Owen.
Okay. A near but not adjacent neighbor, Randall Manger, at 506 North Jackson Street, has written to say he believes the proposal may be damaging to nearby property and or not consistent with county policy, specifically that it may affect neighbors' privacy, access to natural light, and increased noise and light pollution. Does the applicant have any response to these concerns?
So I don't think if we're raising the house 2.5 feet that it would have any direct impact than the existing impact already. If you look to the eastern side and the northern side, there's a street there. We're probably 100 feet to the western side. And then our other neighbor in the White House, Brian and Bill, they've maximized the height up to 35 feet and we're only going to 26 feet. So I don't, and they probably would be the most impacted. So I don't know how we would really impact them at all.
Thank you. That's a helpful response. Madam Chair, I just have one other comment.
Go ahead.
This house was previously owned by some extremely prominent Arlingtonians, Charlie and Laura Rinker, who I think several of us on the BZA personally knew. And the house will turn 100, I guess, the part that you're preserving, probably around the time you finish your construction and move in. So I just think it's terrific that you are preserving this important house for our community. And I hope that when you have it just the way you like it, that you consider whether or not it can be historically designated, because I think it would be a real asset for the community, what you're doing and what you're proposing here. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. We've heard, and part of why we love the neighborhood and the house. When we were first looking at the home, we had a lot of neighbors tell us a lot about the former owners, and just had, to your point, just a lot of amazing things to say, and talked about that the house had a lot of love to share. So.
They indeed were there. They indeed are very closely tied to the history of Arlington and of what Arlington is today, going back to the 70s. Their activism really set the tone for this community.
I believe Mr. Rinker even ran for county board.
He ran against either Walter Franklin or Steve Detweiler, is my recollection, Peter.
Yeah.
So. All right, I do have, Mr. Owen, do you have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, any other questions for the applicant or staff? I have one, and that has to do with the variance that's in place. I'm under the impression that the variance needs to be modified. Can somebody speak to that? Mr. Rissy, do you follow?
Madam Chair, are you referring to the variance in 1988 that permitted the setback for the deck that they're rebuilding?
Yes.
Well, essentially, they're going to be replacing that deck, so this use permit would be approving the new structure. And the old variance doesn't need to have any action taken because the structure will no longer be in existence.
The structure goes away.
Correct. If they wanted to rebuild the exact same deck that was approved in 1988, they would need no further action from the board today. But since they're rebuilding a modified version, they need this use permit.
All right.
Steve, it's because it's being altered, is that correct?
Correct.
From the original design that was part of the approval by the BZA, is my understanding.
All right.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Freshman.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Proceed.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-11573-20-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the proposed resolution and with the additional 3-year condition.
Second.
So was that Mr. Owen?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there any further, Mr. Owen?
Yes, I'd ask unanimous consent to add an additional condition that the applicant agrees to maintain vegetative screening or fencing for the air conditioning units.
Yeah, no objection.
No objections. All right, condition number 4 has been added. Any further discussion or comment? Motion's been made by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Owen. I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion to grant the use permit with conditions has been approved. We look forward to seeing your new home.
We're excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really
Appreciate your
appreciate
time.
it. Yes.
All right.
And we definitely, yeah, we will be sure to share it with you.
There'd be many people be curious to see how you renovate, because there are many people in Arlington that have been in that home. Many of us here have been inside that home.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. Stop by any time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item, please?
The next item is case number V-11574-20-UP-1. It is a use permit by Ellen Campana, the owner, to permit a rear setback of 16.6 feet to the wall, 15.6 feet to the eave from the rear property line, instead of 25 feet to the wall, 21 feet to the eave as required, and to permit a left side setback of 8.2 feet to the wall from the side property line instead of 10 feet as required, regarding the enclosure of an existing non-conforming porch and cantilevered second-story addition on a two-family dwelling in the R27 zoning district on the premise known as 824 South Irving Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Any questions for staff? Mr. Owen? Oh, you have your hand up. No questions for staff? All right. Is Ms. Campana with us tonight?
Yes, hi, this is Ellen Campana. I'm here.
All right. I see you now. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm asking for a use permit for a two-story addition as stated to enclose my existing back porch, screened-in porch, and then build up a level. It will have the same footprint of the current porch, and it will be in line with my next door neighbors with that shared wall, who also have a two-story addition that you can see right there in that picture. I've lived at 824 South Irving since January of 2001. I would like to stay in this house and stay in this neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood, and just would like a little more space. And I can answer any questions that anybody has.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Campana. Any questions? Any questions for the applicant at this time? Mr. Rissy, is it relevant that there's an existing porch here versus if there was nothing and this was simply a two-story addition?
From a zoning perspective, the porch really doesn't impact the addition that is being proposed. It gives her no rights to build in that area that would exist if the porch weren't there.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Sounds like no questions. The discussions with the board.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Melnick?
if there's no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Melnick, you have the floor.
Okay, so in case V-1157420-UP1, I would move that the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with the conditions as stated, including the 3-year expiration condition that is in the other cases.
Thank you,
I'll
Ms.
second
Melnick.
it.
Seconded by Ms. Clark.
Madam
Is there-
Chair,
Mr. Owen?
I'll just say that this application is missing feedback from several of the most affected adjacent neighbors, which is curious and disappointing. It's, the addition doesn't seem that objectionable, but typically we would defer for neighbor comment with this many adjacent highly affected neighbors not having having weighed in. I appreciate that the motion's been made and seconded, so I'll probably vote no because I think a deferral would have been a better option just to give some more time to make sure that we weren't missing information that those neighbors had.
May I speak to that? This is Ellen Campana.
Ms. Campana, do you have additional information on neighborhood outreach?
Yes. So I do not have anything written for my two immediate neighbors. I have spoken to them face to face from at least 6 feet away. And I have their oral approval and they seem excited for it. I am sorry, I don't have that in writing. I also actually hand delivered letters explaining what I was doing with a summary of the plans to, I believe, the two houses to the right of me, 2 houses to the left, the 4 across, and the 2 that are directly behind me, to inform them, and did not receive any objections. And I also gave the board's information in case with mine, in case they wanted to send it directly to the county.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen?
Ms. Campana, when did you deliver those letters? About approximately when?
It was either the 15th or 16th of July.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and that's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Your motion, our motion to grant the use permit was approved, 5-0. So you have a use permit.
Thank you to the board. Could I say too, thank you to Mr. Rissy for working with such detail and helping me through this process. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for saying that. Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11575-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Jason Gonzalez and Amy Kuntz, the owners, to permit a rear setback of 0.5 feet to the accessory structure outdoor fireplace oven from the rear lot line instead of 25 feet to the accessory structure as required, regarding after-the-fact approval of an accessory structure in the R10 zoning district on the premise known as 4112 North Randolph Street. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution denying the use permit request. An alternative resolution and conditions have been provided should the BZA see fit to approve the request as advertised.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff?
Madam Chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who spoke? Mr. Melnick?
I defer to Mr. Melnick.
Okay, so my question to Mr. Rizzi is, how did this come to the county's attention? Is there a zoning enforcement action ongoing, or was there anything like that? I'm just wondering how this came about.
My understanding is that this was brought to the county's attention via a complaint from a neighbor. And there is a ongoing enforcement action for this property.
Thank you. Mr. Owen?
Yes, Madam Chair. I had the same question on this item that I did on the previous item about the differences between buildings and structures and their relative rights. And so I'm going to presume that everyone was here for that item too and heard that discussion. Certainly I know the board members were, but I just, by way of reference, there was an earlier item by the application by Mr. Papadopoulos that seems to present some similar policy issues to this one. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. I think that the point being that structures can be include a wide variety of applications and uses. Any other questions for staff? Mr. Rissy, did this require a building permit?
I don't believe it did.
Okay. Because structures don't require building permits? Is that?
Structures of certain sizes that do not have electrical, gas, plumbing, things like that, do not require building permits.
Gas being not propane tanks, but
Correct. Plumbed gas.
Plumbed gas. Okay. All right. No more questions. Is Mr. Gonzalez or Ms. Kuntz with us tonight?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're here. Can you hear us?
Yes, and we see you.
Oh, terrific. So let me just begin. If it's okay with you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Owens, and the other members, we wanted to first thank you for inviting us here tonight. My wife, Amy, and I are the homeowners. We would apologize in advance for any distractions that our children might cause here in the background. We told them that they could go to bed, but when we explained that the reason we couldn't be with them tonight is for this, what is a quasi-judicial hearing, they got strangely excited. I think they have a lot of anxiety about the outcome. Our daughter has been learning a lot about Justice Ginsburg lately. We told her that the court would not be making a decision tonight, but she feels like she wants to come see for herself. So I will be brief and just hit what I think are the salient points. As you know, our family is just asking you to not tear down the outdoor fireplace that we've come to love and enjoy now during the pandemic. We have reviewed the standards the board has to consider, and we think we can meet those by a preponderance. I just want to focus on a couple of points. First, as recently as last year, the board voted unanimously to retroactively approve an outdoor fireplace that was close to the rear lot line. We have a copy of that decision here. The board reasoned that the outdoor fireplace should not be viewed differently than a shed or a garage, which, as Vice Chair Owen discussed earlier, is an accessory building that's treated more favorably. The staff's recommendation does compare our structure to other fireplaces, garages and sheds, excuse me, but they fail to mention that by right, these other structures are permitted to be 1 foot from the lot line. We talked about precedent with the kids earlier tonight. The idea that when a governing body like this makes a decision for one party, it should be willing to repeat that decision for others in similar circumstances. You know, we feel that the reason that these decisions are made public and that this hearing is public is for precisely that reason. We did take note of the earlier discussion. In fact, that one important consideration for the board here is whether the community is familiar with the type of structure that we're asking to have and the degree to which it causes disruption. In your case last year, the board members apparently felt comfortable with the larger outdoor fireplace that was at issue in that case, and that it would not cause much disruption. We all know that fireplaces are common in this community, and the level of disruption they cause is fairly minimal. There's no noise, and it's not used as often as a garage would be. Certainly, we're not using it twice a day. The level of smoke and heat they produce is not unlike an ordinary grill. And so I would like the board members, I would ask you respectfully to consider all of those considerations. Second, we think there are defects in the staff's opinion that could lead this board to an error. The staff's opinion is based on one purported fact, which is that they were unable to identify accessory structures or buildings on the surrounding properties that are similar to what we are seeking, and this is simply not the case. Our materials cite numerous examples where a structure has been placed within inches of the homeowner's property line. We didn't have to look hard to find those. In fact, the Thompson family down the street has a carport that this board approved to be 6 inches from the side lot line with an overhang that goes to the property line. That was a very recent approval. There's a similar example just across the street at 4117. We recognize that these 2 cases, though, are for side setbacks, and what we are seeking is relief from the rear setback. The point, though, is that the board has routinely allowed homeowners in the surrounding areas to have structures very close to their property lines. But perhaps what's most difficult for us is that the staff's recommendation pays no attention to cases in the area where the homeowners have placed their structures very close to the rear lot line. We have numerous examples in the materials before you. There's no dispute that the Arlington County's website shows that in fact these structures are located a foot or less in some instances from the lot line. But the research we presented to the staff was not considered because there was no plot associated with these properties. We feel it's important for the board not to ignore these facts. Doing so would simply undermine the public's confidence in the ability of the board to make a fair and reasonable decision. And then I just want to talk quickly about the safety of the fireplace. It's the opinion of both the zoning staff and the building staff. The fireplace does not present a safety issue. There's a substantial package of information in your materials, which includes written statements from the manufacturer and other experts showing that this fireplace is completely safe. You know, we understand that a non-expert might question whether the location of the oven poses an issue, but this requires a tremendous degree of speculation and projection. The documents we have from the professionals show clearly that all you need is 6 inches to any combustible material from the chimney, and the location here far exceeds that requirement. Lastly, I'll mention that the feedback we have from our neighbors has been overwhelmingly positive. There are 11 testimonials in your materials. Many of these people graciously agreed to appear here tonight, but we declined in respect of the board's time. And for transparency, I will point out that we did make an effort to get input from our rear neighbor, who I understand is here at the hearing tonight. In your materials, we provided copies of our attempts to make contact with them. Unfortunately, though, we did not receive a response. I will say in closing that when we purchased this fireplace, we did not imagine that the zoning rules would cause a problem for us. We now realize and accept this error. This is a very small structure, similar to a grill, which causes no harm and does not so much as require a building permit. Regrettably, there are no other locations on the property where this fireplace could be relocated without a use permit. And even if there were, the fireplace could not be moved. It would have to be crushed. The zoning laws, as was pointed out earlier, are not perfect, and they can hardly be made to be perfect. Literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance at times amounts to little or no good on the one side and undue hardship on the other. This is why we are respectfully seeking approval for a use permit in this case. We think you have an opportunity here to demonstrate to the children and to the broader community who is watching what good government looks like, a rare example in this age. And so respectfully, we're urging you to approve this application. And of course, we would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Owen?
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez, could you, I'm sorry, Mrs. Kuntz. Could you just share with us how you came to choose this particular spot in your yard as the spot you wanted to place the oven?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mr. Vice Chair. Like I said earlier, it wasn't apparent to us that there would even be a zoning issue. We viewed this similar to a grill. We simply chose the location that would give us the most use and enjoyment without interfering with the children's ability to play in the yard. Because the oven itself is made of stone, it's very heavy. We made the decision to put it on a solid foundation. For safety reasons, it was an option that was recommended by the manufacturer. And we just chose to put it in the location that we thought would be, the safest and allow for the most use and enjoyment without interrupting the children's play.
What makes this location, in your opinion, the safest location?
It is the furthest away from all of the homes that surround us. If you were to look at the physical location of the other houses, this would fall essentially right in the center.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Oh, yes, I do have another question. Well, Madam Chair, do we have any other speakers?
I think we have a speaker, Mr. Rissy. Is that correct?
Mr. Rissy may have stepped away for a moment.
I think he said we may have a speaker.
Hello?
Just one moment, please. Mr. Rissy has stepped away. So, oh, there he is. Mr. Rissy, he's muted. Do we have a
Yes, Madam
speaker?
Chair. We didn't have anyone sign up in advance, but I believe there is someone here who would like to speak.
Someone's joined us. So, Mr. Owen, would you like to proceed, or would you like to hear from the speaker?
I'd like to wait for the speaker.
All right. There is a speaker here. Could you identify yourself? And if you can, turn on your, are you by phone?
I am
He's by
phone.
phone. Okay. So could you identify your name and address, please?
I am Philip Schneider at 4129 North Richmond Street. I own the property that backs to the property in question.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, let me first talk about how this structure affects me and my property. I moved to this house to be in an R10 zoning with setbacks, and I would like to be able to enjoy those setbacks. The only other person that's even close to this structure is 25 feet away in the property to the north. Other than that, I'm the only person that's affected by this particular structure. And when the property that the structure sits in has a very shallow yard. In fact, one part of the house encroaches within the setback, and because of that, my property should not be impinged on to make up for whatever judgment the owners had when they bought the house. With this pizza oven, smoke comes in my yard. It's located 4 feet away from pine trees that are growing higher and getting bigger by the year. And my concern is for any future sale of the house that potential buyers would want to enjoy that the same setbacks I thought that I was getting when I bought my house. Another concern that I have with this structure being so close to my property is that I don't consider it to be safe. The pizza oven that sits on it is in the vicinity of 2,000 pounds. The slab that it sits on is cracked all the way through. The foundation of that structure is just a slab. It's very shallow. It doesn't go beneath the frost line. So I don't think it's in a position over the next few years, especially if we have a hard winter, to support that pizza oven on it. And it's being so close to my property, I'm concerned about what could happen. I'm also concerned about what might happen to the owners if they happen to be near it if there's a failure. The thing is that with the concerns I brought up, it behooved the owners to take due diligence that the structure was allowed, which they did not do. The owners have a deck on the back of their house for which they did get permits, so they are familiar with the process. And I know that Arlington County, if you go to them, is very accommodating about discussing how to do these things, like setting up a structure on the property. But the failure to follow Arlington County zoning should not be permitted as an example of do first and ask later. Now, I did early in this process, when it was just a slab in the ground, I didn't know what it looked like. The contractors told me it was going to be a pizza oven. I didn't know what exactly that was, and I thought it was a fire issue. And I called the fire marshals about it, and they came out and they talked to the owner, and after that, I expressed my concerns to the owner about it, and then in a discussion with the fire marshals after that, I found out that when they came out to the house, that the owners were discussing the fire pit as the oven and not the actual pizza oven. In other words, the owners didn't tell me what this structure was going to be and what the pizza oven was like, and they didn't tell the fire marshals either. But then the thing got built, and I finally got to see what it was, and that it was a structure, and that's when I made the complaint that it was too close to the property. So I am with my concerns about the property and and how this was done by the owners, and its and how it impinges on my property. I'm asking the Board of Zoning Appeals to accept the recommendation of the zoning staff, and that the structure be found in violation.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. May I ask you a question?
Yes.
There's a fence behind the oven. Whose fence is that?
That is the owner's fence.
Owner's fence. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen,
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Schneider.
please proceed.
Mr. Schneider, do you have any sense of how far your own home is from the rear property line?
It is. It is about 25 feet.
Okay. And your house is on a bit of a slope, so the rear property line is above the front property line in your house. Is that right?
No, at that point in the property, it's relatively level.
Okay. So the oven is approximately at the same grade as your first floor. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Chairman,
let me just check to see if we have any other members who wish to add any questions for the speaker. Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez, you may have an opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I will just say I'll let my wife Amy handle most of the response, but I'll just say that as to the integrity of the structure, there are no issues. The structure was intended to have a seam at the top, so that it wouldn't be a danger to anyone. It doesn't weigh 2,000 pounds. It is not a fire risk. I think there's lots of information and materials to support that. I would just hate for this board. We want to be respectful of the neighbors. We seek to have an excellent relationship with all of our neighbors. But what we don't want is for this body to inadvertently rely on facts that are just not correct. That's all we're asking. I'll turn it over to Amy.
I'm not able to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I guess I want to start clarifying Mr. Schneider's reference to when the fire marshals came to our home. There was a time that fire marshals appeared at our home and asked me to come outside and go around to the backyard with them, and I did. And they were asking me questions about the fire pit, because at the time, as Mr. Schneider said, we didn't have a pizza oven. So I answered the questions that they asked. I, of course, didn't know that Mr. Schneider had called because of the pizza oven, because he did not make any effort to discuss that with us, and instead apparently called the fire marshal's office. So I answered the questions they asked. They had no concerns with it. So I just wanted to clarify that first for the record. We have reached out to the Schneiders since then, as you saw most recently with the email, but did not ever have another opportunity to discuss anything about the pizza oven with them because they have declined to engage with us on it. As you can see, and as Jason referenced, we did receive overwhelming support from the rest of our neighbors, including all of the adjacent neighbors, many other neighbors as well. And many of them would have been here tonight and offered to be here tonight. We did not think it was necessary. But if their support and them coming and talking would help, I wish that we could have an opportunity to defer and do that, because I don't feel like it's fair to base a decision off of one person's comment, which I think is really just based on his erroneous understanding of the facts. We do understand that we have a higher burden because of his concerns, and I think we have done everything we could to meet that burden based on the neighborhood support and the extensive materials we've provided addressing any safety concerns that anyone may have. The safety features provided with our pizza oven are above and beyond what was included in the outdoor fireplace that this board previously approved. And I guess I would just ask that I hope that you'll consider the relative harm on both sides in making the decision. If you deny this permit, it will result in the destruction of something that our family has really come to love, and it will take away something that my children love during the middle of this pandemic, which has already taken away so much from them. Granting the permit, I believe, will truly cause no harm. I know that Mr. Schneider is alleging that it will impinge on his property, and we've impinged on his property. We are not impinging on his property. As you said earlier, we could by right build a much larger garage in the same location, which I would think would be much more impinging on his property if that's his belief. I really ask that you please take all of this into consideration when making the decision, and we hope that you'll allow us to keep something that we love.
Thank you. Mr. Owen?
I have a question for Mr. Snyder, if he's still with us.
I believe he is.
Mr. Snyder, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Yes, I have a question for you. If the fence between your property were built taller so that it's screened off this oven, in your opinion, would that make the situation better, worse, or no change?
How tall would the fence be according to the Arlington County zoning code?
Well, that I can't answer, but imagine if it were 6 feet, say, enough to make it so you could no longer see the oven.
I believe the answer is 7 feet, but I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
If it were built to 7 feet and it were solid, so that there was no visual through the fence, that could be acceptable.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. That's a helpful response.
Any other comments from my colleagues?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Melnick.
So I had another question for the neighbor. So when he was referring to the problems that he saw, but if he could just set forth, just as concisely as possible, any injuries that he would sustain from this, because one of the standards is that the proposal doesn't adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, and that it, whether it's detrimental to the public health or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood. So, what I'd want to hear is just, very concisely, is what sort of injuries or detriment. Because I understood about, he was talking about a crack and a failure, possibly, I imagine, the thing falling over or blowing up or something. But what I was wondering, I understood those, but what about like smoke? Is there any problem with smoke? I think I recall him mentioning something about that, but if he could just elaborate real briefly on that.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes, in terms of the smoke, as you can see from the photograph, there are pine trees right next to the fence. They are Cryptomeria japonica, if you want to know what they are, but they will be growing much higher and much wider, and they will come up right to the fence. So this pizza oven will be right next to it, and any spark may have the possibility of igniting one of the trees. That is one of my concern. But my other concern is the financial one about any future owner may take exception to this structure being so close to the property, which would be a potential harm to me.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
May I speak?
Let me ask you a question. You've heard mention of an improved fence in that area. Can I get your reaction for that idea?
Madam Chairwoman, I think we would be willing to put a 6-foot fence up. I think that's sort of the standard height. I mean, right now it's only about a foot above the current fence we have. It's about a 4-foot fence. I think a 6-foot fence would probably totally eliminate the visual. If that's really the harm, we would be certainly willing to do that. I think it could be done rather quickly.
Okay.
May I respond to that?
Go ahead, Mr. Schneider.
It would have to be the maximum height allowed by Arlington County, and I believe
Okay.
that's 7 feet.
Mr. Rissy, can you weigh in on the fence height at this point?
Yeah, and I just want to point out that obviously has nothing to do with safety, right? It's just a visual impediment that we're trying to solve.
Well, it's also got trees growing that may be growing across that fence.
Yeah, no, and
or near the fence.
That's fair. I mean, we purposely installed a spark arrestor. You can see it in the picture right there. There are no sparks that emerge from this device. It's just not. That's the purpose of the spark arrestor. You know, we're willing to work with the neighbor. I mean, I wish we would have had these conversations, frankly, before tonight. But we are obviously willing to do as much as we can to make everyone happy.
Okay. Yeah, the hearings concentrate people's attention. Mr. Rissy?
Yes, Madam Chair. Article 3, Section 3.2.6 A3E specifies that a fence or wall along the rear lot line or along a side lot line to the rear of the required setback may be erected to a height not exceeding 7 feet.
Okay. All right. So that's 7 feet. That's Mr. Schneider was asking for the maximum. So Mr. Rissy, do we have enough here to make a motion about the fence without doing any additional drawings?
Madam Chair, if you want to condition the approval on the building of a 7-foot tall fence, I think that we can interpret and enforce that condition.
All right. And then we'd have to talk about the width of the fence. Yeah. Mr. Owen.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's already 9:30 and we have got some other cases still to go. I think given the state of communications between the neighbor and the applicant, I think it might be more helpful to us to have a proposal from the applicant that not only has a fence height specified, but materials and construction type and so forth, because if disputes continue between the neighbors and the applicant after we do an approval, I would hate to have a, you know, a messier situation where there was lack of clarity about expectations. Whereas if we just have, you know, they call a fence contractor who proposes a particular construction method and design and length of the fence and all that stuff, it just seems like it would be easier to give them some time to make that proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Ms. Freshman?
Yes, generally, I think you all always know that after the fact approvals give me heartburn. And the dog ate my homework, or I didn't know what the rules were, is insufficient. I think in this case, litigating it in this hearing at this time is not appropriate. I like the idea of a fence. However, if the fence is based on the tax map, that's a long fence. And if the purpose of screening it is, if that's the main purpose, then I don't see any reason why it needs to be higher than 6. But I agree that I think it all should be worked out, and a presentation should be given to us in the future that has all of the details, so that we're not designing things on the fly at this hour of the night.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen.
I'd just like to echo part of Ms. Freshman's remarks that I think this is the hardest case we have tonight. And I think that if this were not already built, it would be very difficult for me to see why we should approve the oven in this particular location. There are other locations in the yard, albeit locations that probably also require a use permit, but that are not as obnoxious to a reasonable person living on the back property. For example, if the oven were constructed closer to the property line for the 2 rear properties, it would be farther from the homes than the current location, which is directly perpendicular to the middle of the back of the current neighbor, Mr. Snyder's house. So I'm not at all persuaded by the problem of dismantling, and then rebuilding an oven in another location. I don't think that the Gonzalez and Kuntzes should be denied any oven in any location in their backyard. I think it is reasonable for them to have an oven in some location in their backyard, but the particular location that they picked, I think, would make a reasonable person who had resided in the rear property feel like, well, gosh, that's the worst possible place from my perspective. So, so I come to this with a great deal of skepticism. This is recommended by staff for denial, but I'm open to a deferral to see what the effects of a fence would be to mitigate many of the harms that were caused by a lack of diligence on the part of the applicants.
All right, so we're headed towards a motion to defer that would require the applicant to engage with Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, are you willing to engage with the applicant on fence specifications?
Yes, I will engage.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen.
I just for these, in this kind of situations, it's helpful to clarify, the Board of Zoning Appeals makes the decision. So the neighbors provide evidence about what we need to know for our findings about injury to property, about safety and so forth, but we make the decision. So what Mr. Snyder has to say about what you propose is very relevant to us, and we will want to hear more from him, but he does not have a veto. We decide what's reasonable in the end.
Thank you for that.
So that's a both ways. So at this point, the outcome is unclear. So it behooves both parties to work in good faith to come up with an agreement that they both can live with, which makes our decision much easier next time we see you. And hopefully can smooth out neighbor relations.
We would like that. Thank you both, and for the input. We really appreciate it.
All right. Is there a motion?
Motion?
Ms. Freshman.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals defer use permit 11575-20-UP1 to the November BZA meeting.
Okay, I think that's November 18.
Yes.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion. We have a motion to defer to the November BZA hearing. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I believe the
Just
purpose. Go ahead.
just for clarifications, I think the reason for the deferral is clear. I just want to make sure that everybody, all the relevant parties understand what's expected of you.
Yes, Mrs. Freshman, we understand. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is to propose a fence design and to allow further communication between the neighbors to develop the issues.
All right, I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So a motion to defer this matter to our November BZA hearing has been approved. So good luck with your discussions, and we will look forward to seeing you in November.
Okay. Good luck tonight.
Mr. Schneider, are you?
See you then.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rissy, can you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11576-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Andrew Palanstia and Carrie Johnstone. The owner is to permit a right side setback of 6 feet to the porch, 5 feet to the porch eave instead of 10 feet to the porch, 6 feet to the porch eave as required, and to permit an aggregate side yard of 14.4 feet instead of 18 feet as required regarding a new right side screen porch in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 4427 17th Street North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy. Any questions for staff?
Yes.
Thank Ms. Freshman.
Mr. Rissy, I found the exhibits associated with this report to be extremely difficult to read. Is there some reason why they are all about half a page?
I believe it was the manner in which they were transmitted to staff, Ms. Freshman. I believe that since we're no longer taking in-paper applications, the applicants scanned the application material before sending it to staff, and I believe that is the reason that the exhibits, are configured in the way that you see them.
Well, if there is a way to try to address this for the future, I'd really appreciate it, because I have really decent eyesight and I still found it a real struggle to read these drawings.
I agree with Ms. Freshman. I think at least the plats that show what the improvements are should be normal size, page size. If there's a way to, sort of do a little quality control check when it comes to you, that we get this bigger, because it really is hard to read the dimensions and to actually know what we're approving.
Madam Chair, the proposed plat is actually the largest exhibit they have.
It is, but it's still not. Oh, I see. Yes, you're right. That one is adequate. I take that back. It's the rest of them. Yeah. All right. Any other questions for staff? All right. Is Mr. Palanstia or Ms. Johnstone here with us tonight?
Yes, ma'am. We are here. My name is Andrei Polyanetsa, and
I'm Carrie Johnstone, his wife.
Yeah.
The other owner.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your application?
Yes. Thank you very much. We live in this location since 2003. We recently built addition to the house in the back of the house, and we used to have a deck that was basically the footprint to the neighbor to the left, to the right, was exactly the same as we want to have a screened porch. Because we had to build addition, we had to destroy the deck. The deck was actually very old. We bought the house with that deck. We also have the addition to the house on the side, which is also old. Also, my understanding, it violates the distance current zoning rules. And what we want to do, we want to build a screening porch in place of our old deck, but to be longer, to be attached to a new addition. The length would not violate the zoning rules. What would violate the zoning rules would be the distance to the left owner. We also to the left neighbor. We have a letter from him with full support. We also have letters of support from all adjacent neighbors all around. And basically now it's an empty space, and we believe that it also would make the house and neighborhood look better, because it would not be this kind of empty spot there. It would be built. Why screened porch, not deck? Because mosquitoes, and we want to avoid fumigating them. To be able to spend time outside. That's why we decided to do the screen porch.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Then the matters with the board.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11576-20-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed.
I will second the motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Melnick?
how about the 3-year expiration?
Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent that we add a
Thank you.
condition requiring that the building permit be obtained within 3 years, similar to the other use permits we've approved tonight.
With no objection, it's been added.
So I'll second.
All right, I'll let Mr. Melnick second. So motion made by Mr. Owen, seconded by Mr. Melnick. If there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion granting the use permit is approved 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good
You
evening.
too, thank you.
Ms. Rissy, will you call the next item?
Next item is case number V-11577-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Paul Amedelia and Della Rodriguez, the owners, to permit a left side setback of 8.2 feet to the porch from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and to permit an aggregate side yard of 16 feet instead of 18 feet as required, regarding a new front porch in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 5910 22nd Street North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed.
Thank you, Mr. Rissy.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Owen.
could Mr. Rissy briefly describe the additional service?
We have an additional letter of support from a neighbor.
Okay. 5905. All right, any questions for the for staff? All Is the applicant with us, Mr. Alameda or Ms. Rodriguez? Are the applicants here?
Madam Chair, I see an applicant here speaking, perhaps muted. I can see on my video the applicant attempting to speak.
Which, I don't. You must unmute yourself.
It's Rodriguez. Yeah.
According to the participant list, the microphone is on, Madam Chair.
Not hearing. Mr. Rodriguez or Ms. Rodriguez, we can't hear you.
He's gone for help. No.
I don't see. So we don't have an applicant that we can speak with right now. Can we assume that the applicant is going to come back? Mr. Owen, you're muted. Mr. Owen, are you speaking?
Madam Chair, so two things I would offer. Maybe the applicant could call the number and speak to us on the phone. And the second is I'm actually prepared to make a motion to approve this without hearing from the applicant. So if the applicant is willing to waive testimony and the other board members aren't interested, we could just move forward.
Okay.
The applicant is giving the thumbs up sign for the record.
Works for me.
Who's giving the thumbs up sign?
Mr. Alameda.
The silent applicant.
Let the record reflect that the applicant said thumbs up to approval. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. I just want to note that I can't see the applicant.
Okay, we can see him.
You can see him. All right.
Yes.
I'll trust that you can see him and that you have given him a thumb. They've given
He's
us
in
a thumbs up.
Oh, he's calling.
He's in a blue shirt.
Yes.
Madam
Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right. Oh, there he is. I see him now. So Mr. Owen, make your motion.
I move that
he's calling now. I'm sorry.
Nonetheless, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving use permit V-1157720-UP-1, subject to the conditions listed.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Freshman. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the roll. Mr. Owen.
Aye.
Ms. Freshman.
Aye.
Mr. Melnick.
Aye.
Ms. Clark.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion to grant the use permit is approved 5-0. And now I see you, Mr. Rodriguez. Yes.
And Mr. Almeida, I would say good work. All that work you put into the application paid off, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to approve it without hearing from you. So thanks for putting all that work in.
All right. Good evening. Good luck. Mr. Rizzi. Next item, please.
Next item is case number V-11578-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Catherine Newling and Jose Carlos Castillo, the owner, to permit a left side setback of 7.8 feet to the wall instead of 8 feet as required, and to permit a total side yard aggregate of 14.9 feet instead of 18 feet as required, regarding the rebuilding and expanding of a deteriorated existing non-conforming one-story side addition in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 709 South Ivy Street. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Any questions for staff? All right, is Miss Newling or Mr. Castillo with us this evening?
Yes, we're here. Good
All
evening.
right, good evening, and I see you. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your application?
Just a quick word. It's a very straightforward project in the sense that we're essentially proposing to replicate what is existing and original to the house. The only reason that I requested to speak was to respectfully ask that the board consider approving a use permit as following the plan specified by our designer in the sense of bumping the length 2 feet out from the existing wall. That is 2 feet closer to the rear property line. And of course, keeping the distance of the existing structure from the side property line. Even pre-COVID, the plan was to use this room as a home office, but that's become a more pressing desire as we continue to work from home for the foreseeable future. So,
That concludes your remarks? Thank you. Any questions for the applicants?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Ms. Freshman has her, Mr. Owen?
I don't have a question. I really wanted to just commend them for their neighborhood outreach for a front porch that even has rear approval, but everybody on both sides of the street, that's exactly the kind of support that we want and what is enables us to move cases through pretty quickly.
thanks for your kind words. We're fortunate to live on a close-knit block, and they're very enthusiastic about the project.
Thank you. Mr. Owen?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll just disclose that I'm well acquainted with the right side neighbor, Ms. Stacy White, but I don't believe it will affect the objectivity of my decision making on this project, which is on the other side of the house. And with that, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution approving the use permit V-11578-20-1, subject to the condition listed with the additional condition the use permit the building be obtained within 3 years.
Is there a second? Ms. Freshman seconds the motion. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry to break in. Mr. Owen's audio started to break up, so I couldn't actually hear his motion.
The motion is to approve your request, except that you have to do it within 3 years or come back to us.
All right. If there are no other comments from the board, I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The use permit, the motion granting the use permit is approved 5-0. You're all done.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item?
The next item is case number V-11579-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Sarah Bickler and Carl Long, the owners, to permit after the fact approval of a street setback of 24 feet to the wall from 2nd Street South instead of the 25 feet as required, regarding a previously constructed 2-story addition to an existing one-family dwelling in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 2510 2nd Street South. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen?
I have a question for staff.
Go ahead.
Mr. Rissy, am I correct to understand that this house was built so the tiniest corner of the front right of the house impinges within the setback, and that's why we're here?
Correct.
Okay.
Really, the reason is because the proposed plan showed that it would be 25 feet from the street, but in reality, the final plat came back and it was 24 feet.
Thank you.
at the very corner.
And that was during inspection.
The final plat
check.
that was required.
Right.
Yes.
But it was after construction had been completed.
Correct.
Any other questions for staff? All right, is Ms. Bickler or Mr. Long with us this evening?
Yes, we are.
All right, I'm looking for you. Do you have your camera on?
Yes.
We can see them.
All right.
Hello.
There they are. I see you now.
Hi, so we are the homeowners. As discussed, we are looking for an after-the-fact use permit. Yes, the very front corner is just slightly over the setback line. We just wanted to point out that we, in good faith, made every attempt to follow the by right rules and to build within the legal setback requirements. There was no intent to go over or to build outside of our required setbacks. We had plans drawn to a previous survey. The plans were approved on the basis of that survey, and then after the house was constructed to some degree, a second survey was done. It showed that there was a slight conflict between the two surveys. Our builder is, I think, also on the call and can speak to more detail if you'd require any more detail on that. We have received incredibly positive feedback from the neighborhood writ large on the house itself. We went and spoke to all of our neighbors in person and received signatures on a petition from everybody who was an adjacent property. Also, as mentioned in the staff report, a significant number of houses in the neighborhood are significantly closer to the street than our house is post-construction. So we do feel that it is fitting with the look and pre-existing condition of the neighborhood writ large. And with that, we'd ask for you to support our after the use permit, and thank you for your time. We know it's late.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant, Ms. Freshman?
Well, despite my previous statement about after the facts, we have run into several instances in the fairly recent past of issues regarding plats, and particularly when older plats are used. So I have no issues with this application, approving this application after the fact.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions for the applicant? All right, the matter is with the board. Is there a motion? Are we headed that way?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Melnick?
I'd like to make a motion. So
Go ahead.
In V115792 UP1, I'd move that the Arlington County Board of Zoning Appeals adopts the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit with the conditions as stated.
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
Peter, Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen. Should we ask for unanimous? Oh, we don't need an expiration.
It's already built.
That's right, we don't. All right, any further discussion? I call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion granting the use permit passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now you're legal.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. Have a good rest of your evening.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rissy, will you call the next item, please?
The next item is case number V-11.
Is that
580.
Ms. Clark? Is your microphone on?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rissy.
Case number V-11580-20-UP-1 is a use permit request by Pearson and Allison Cummings, the owners, to prevent a rear setback of 23.3 feet to the wall, 22.8 feet to the eave from the rear property line instead of 25 feet to the wall 21 feet to the eve as required, regarding proposed two-story rear addition in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 6531 28th Street North. Staff recommends that the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions.
Any questions for staff? Ms. Freshman, is your hand up from a previous? All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? All right, let's hear from the applicant. Is are the Cummings, either Pearson or Allison Cummings, with us tonight?
Yes, we are. We are under our son's team's
There you
log.
go.
So we're Whitaker today.
Got it.
He's asleep, thankfully. He's a 9-year-old, so we put him to bed early. Thank you all for taking the time. I'll be brief. We, about 5-6 years ago, we moved into a house, rented a house down the street. After moving from Seattle, we fell in love with the neighborhood. My wife, who's sitting here, Allison, said, if there's a house that ever comes up on the market, we want to buy it. And we had a 5-year plan when we bought this house 5 years ago, and that was to, as our kids got older, was to add a little space. But really with a focus on, we love the neighborhood and we wanted to stay here. And we wanted to do an addition that was in keeping with the neighborhood, was in keeping with the architectural structure that's consistent in the neighborhood and on the block. And we're really excited about the proposal. We've been talking to, I think most of our neighbors have been hearing about this project for 5 years and probably pretty bored with us and ready for us to have to move forward. So we're excited to be here and answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Owen?
Yes, Madam Chair. You're asking for just 2.2 feet more to the rear than you would be allowed by right. Can you share a little bit why you're taking this more challenging route just to get 2 more feet?
Yeah, I think it's really about just some decisions that we made early in the process or choices we made in the architectural process where we wanted something that wasn't just come flush down. And so architecturally, it's not all out. It's the bedroom's out a little bit and then it cuts back in. And then there's an eave that comes out. So really it was to sort of break out the look and feel of the back. So it didn't just look like a box and been placed on the back of the house. That answered the question.
Yes, that does answer the question. Thank you. So it's to provide greater architectural interest to the back of the house.
Yeah, we really, I'm probably speaking for my wife, but she was pretty consistent, just looking at what other people have done over the last 10, 15 years, that we just wanted something that didn't look.
It looked cohesive.
Yeah. And
I'm the co-chair of the Tuckahoe Home and Garden Tour. I don't know if you guys know about it, and our contractors have been on the tour since the beginning, pretty much, of the tour, and we selected them. One of them grew up in Arlington. They've done hundreds of these houses, and I wanted it to maintain the integrity of the 2-story brick colonial, but give us a little bit more space that we needed. And so, but I wanted it to look appealing to our neighbors.
Thank you. That's a very helpful and thorough explanation. That's very helpful. It seemed to me that there was not that the backyard of your house and your backdoor neighbor's house are both pretty open right now. That there's not a lot of fencing or screening or trees or anything. And sometimes when people are building large additions like this, they will add, screening or trees or fencing to help better protect the privacy of the rear neighbors or themselves. And I'm just wondering if that's something that you're contemplating or that you've discussed with your rear neighbors.
Well, it's actually, I'm glad you asked. So we put up a fence 2 years ago, and we put up privacy bushes probably 2 years ago as well. Now, as you know, if you go to Merrifield or to any garden center, the big ones that would, be 20 feet high are pretty expensive. So we got 6-foot ones that are now 8 feet, and we anticipate they'll keep growing. So we've actually done that at this point. Excited to see that continue to grow.
And can you tell us about the discussions you've had with the rear neighbors about this project and the feedback you've gotten from them?
Yeah, we've reached out to all the neighbors on all sides. We've had no objections from our neighbors on any side. I think the only question was really around, the need. I think that one of the neighbors was a little caught off guard. She was like, I didn't know you had to go through this process. So we've not had any objections from any of them. In fact, I think they were more just curious about the process.
We usually hope for and expect and usually get at least a petition signed or some kind of written feedback from the adjacent and most affected neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little bit disappointing not to see that in the packet from the neighbors at 6512 or 6518 Little Falls Road, or your left side neighbor at 6535. Is there a reason why you were not able to get a signature or some email or something from them with their views on this project?
I mean, I have the outreach. They never, in fact, one of the neighbors said we don't object to it. We don't look to hold it up. I think they were more curious about the process, but we never had any objections. Definitely reached out.
Yeah.
I think in June.
But is there any reason they didn't provide written feedback like your other neighbors did?
Next door neighbors, Peter and Karen, who live directly next door to us, who also, they have a dog, we have a dog, we talk frequently. We've talked to Peter extensively about this, and Karen, they've known we've done it. We didn't realize it was mandatory in order to have letters. They've never expressed objection. Even when we put a fence in, I talked to them about, we looked at the plat. I was like, I want to make sure that you guys are comfortable with this. They know we're doing the addition. I just didn't force them to sign the letter based on COVID and trying to get it. But everyone is aware of the hearing, and we honestly haven't heard any objections to the project.
Do you have the
neighbors, so.
Do you know the names of the neighbors that live behind you?
Vincent and Nicole? Are you talking about Vincent, Nicole, or Kevin and Rachel Lansky? So the Sampsons live directly behind us, Vincent and Nicole. And then Kevin and Rachel Lansky live catty-corner to us. And then Peter and Karen
live next door.
Yeah.
Correct.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Mr. Rissi, I have a question for Mr. Rissi.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
Mr. Rissi, was this application filed before or after we updated to include the extra page of information about how to get neighbor feedback and what our expectations were?
It was filed after your letter was added to that package.
Okay.
The application package.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So if there's no more questions for the applicant, the discussions with the board. Any further comments, questions, discussion? Are we ready for a motion? Ms. Freshman?
I share some of the disappointment with the neighborhood feedback, but I'm generally supportive of the project, and I don't really feel that a deferral for that feedback is probably appropriate. I mean, that would be my inclination under normal circumstances, but I guess I'm not feeling that. So I'm prepared to make a motion unless my colleagues disagree with that and would prefer a deferral for the formality of the feedback. Anybody?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen?
I'll just say that I'm a little nervous about the possibility that we might have a neighbor who was somehow surprised, misunderstood what was happening, something to that effect. We have had that situation in the past.
Yes,
that would be regrettable.
I'm happy for my husband to read the email that he got back from our back neighbors that said, we have no intention of holding this project up.
I think, Madam Chair, and I would just say that we provided the email and the plans and written documentation in June, so I don't think they'd be surprised. The only response I got back from my neighbor was that in signing in supporting the project, he wasn't waiving his right to, well, one, he asked a clarifying question about the total setback, and two, that he wouldn't waive his right to action should our addition devalue his property. I didn't know, I'm not a lawyer, unfortunately, but that doesn't feel like it's something that actually does happen very often, is an addition devalues the rest of the property. And so, I said, I'd appreciate your support. He said, I'm not looking to slow this down. So he certainly has not been surprised, and we've talked to him since. And he's we've kept him abreast of where we are.
So you have written feedback from that neighbor.
Yeah.
But you did not submit it to the county for the record.
If you see, we sent a letter that had the proposal or our architectural drawings to all our neighbors and asked them to sign off on it and then return it to us. They did not do that, but
they also didn't object.
They also didn't object, and so we just took that as consent because we talked to them quite frequently about it. So they knew this was happening. So we assumed if they did have a major problem with it, they would come. This hasn't been a secret. We really have chatted with them quite a bit about it. So
do you remember when you got the materials, when you applied for your permit, a page from us with a message explaining what our expectations were for neighbor feedback that talked about where you could look up absentee owners and, a little map of, the surrounding properties? And do you remember?
Yeah, in fact, our original outreach only included a few neighbors, and then we reached out to a broader set of neighbors across the street, in particular across the street. And so that was the Skylers and the Hodgsons. So yes, we did see that. Frankly, I didn't know if proof of that outreach. We obviously should have included that. Happy to share that here or in any format, but we've definitely reached out to all the adjacent neighbors with both email packets and written packets.
Yeah. Because you saw from the previous case with the oven, right?
Yeah.
Neighbors can sometimes get pretty agitated about stuff you might not at first expect. So that tends to be a lot of what we work on.
short, I have no desire to have community.
Yeah, I think in that case, it seemed like the thing just showed up and they were like, what is going on? And we've definitely had multiple communications dating back, 3 or 4 years about just what our intent was, and then the written communications with the plans, both in digital format and print format. So there's definitely
So the neighbor at 6512, is that the one that had made a reservation?
And is that Little Falls or is that 28th Street North? I'm sorry, we can't see any of the documents.
Yeah, the contents are up there. The Sampsons which is directly behind us. Again, they didn't object. In fact, his language was very clear about, I do not want to slow this project down. I think he was looking for maybe, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but he was looking for some sort of waiver on signing this to then, if he felt like a project, an addition would have damaged his property value, which I can't imagine that would be the case. And so I don't have a lawyer on staff. I'm already in debt to my designer. So I just said, I keep you abreast and appreciate your, ongoing dialogue about the project. So he didn't object. It's quite to the contrary. He made it very clear he wanted to help us move this forward, or he was supportive of it moving forward.
A waiver? Can you explain what you meant by he needed a waiver?
Yeah, I can read you the. Would you give me 1 second if I just pull up the text?
Sure.
Because I don't have it verbatim. Hold on 1 second. This is what happens when you're working off multiple computers. So
in fact, if you have the email and you can forward it to Mr. Rissy, that would probably be helpful so we can have it added to the record.
Absolutely. And Stephen, I think you and I verbally, because I'd never, when we were first talking about this, and I would just echo everyone else's feedback that, he's just been hugely, calling me back at, 6 o'clock on a Friday night when we first talked. So let me forward that to you. But he said, by signing the letter of support for the project, we are not waiving any rights or liability that may impact the sale or use of our property. I'm not sure what that. Given the preponderance of evidence that would suggest that people doing new dwellings and additions seem to raise property values in Arlington, that struck me as out of an ordinary request. And yeah.
I think the issue is it's sort of for us to evaluate, the feedback that comes. That's really our job. So it's helpful to have the feedback we get, so that way we can make the evaluation.
Yeah.
As people who do this every day, we hear all kinds of neighbors, reasonable and unreasonable.
Yeah.
And it's helpful to hear from them directly.
Yeah, I think obviously we would have included this just exchange had we thought it was, we should have obviously in retrospect included that exchange in the outreach and denoted it in our application. I would also add that, if they, we've seen that your staff and your team have done a diligent job of putting flyers up, and so everybody in the neighborhood knows that this hearing's happened. In fact, I've had multiple neighbors, ask me about it, and we talked about it, and they sort of said,
"You're finally getting your addition."
They've sort of laughed about it. That we're celebrities now in the neighborhood. So I think Mr. Sampson, if he had really been objectionable, hopefully would have come and we could have had a good dialogue. But yes, absolutely, and I've shared this with Mr. Rissy.
I would just like to say that I think that if that letter had been part of the record and I had read it, I would go, well, duh, I'm not a lawyer either, but that strikes me as being almost ridiculous to something to say, because no one can possibly predict an impact, positive or negative, and how would it be enforced. I mean, we have at least 2 lawyers here on the panel who can maybe correct me, but I just would think it would be absurd. My point being that they're the closest neighbor to the rear. The addition is going to be on the rear. It's helpful to have his comments, but the caveat that he throws in, had we had it before, wouldn't have made any more sense than it does.
Well, he does say the last sentence. Oh, sorry. The last sentence he says is, "We are not intending to impede your addition renovation, but wanted to clarify these points. Thanks." So.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was struck. I was as not a lawyer, I was caught off guard as well. So, or I didn't know what it meant. I mean, I'm smart enough to know a little bit of what it meant, but I was surprised.
I'm sending it to Stephen right now.
And that's Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
At 6512.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
I send it to Stephen, sorry.
Thank you. All right, back to discussion with the board. That was enlightening. Any additional discussion? Are we ready for a motion?
Okay. I'm going to make a motion. I move the Board of Zoning Appeals approve the attached proposed resolution proving use permit V-11580-20-UP1, subject to the conditions listed with the additional condition of a 3-year limit.
I'll second.
All right. Motion made and seconded by Mr. Melnick. Is there further discussion? All right, I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
No.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion passes 4-1, granting the use permit. All right.
Thank you
That's
so
a little
much.
harder.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Take care. Good night.
Okay, Mr. Rizzi, will you call the next item?
Yes, the next item is case number V-11581-20-UP-1. It is a use permit request by Matthew M. Venos and Laura S. Venos, the owners, to permit a rear setback of 16.7 feet to the deck, 16 feet to the rear porches, 16.2 feet to the porch eaves, and 12 feet to the wall, 12.7 feet to the wall, 12.6 feet to the house eaves, and the rear
Ms.
property line.
Clark? Your microphone. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rizzi.
I'll start that over again. Case number V-11581-20-UP-1 is a use permit request by Matthew M. Venos and Laura S. Venos, the owners, to permit a rear setback of 16.7 feet to the deck, 16 feet to the rear porches, 16.2 feet to the porch eaves, and 12.7 feet to the wall, 12.6 feet to the house eaves from the rear property line instead of 21 feet to the deck, porches, and house eaves, 19.5 feet to the porch eaves, and 25 feet to the wall is required, and to permit a separation of 5 feet between the main building wall and accessory building wall instead of 8 feet as required regarding a 2-story rear addition with multiple 1-story porches and deck in the R6 zoning district on the premise known as 4910 13th Street North. Staff recommends the board adopt the attached proposed resolution granting the use permit request with conditions. And I'd like you to please note that there is supplemental material for this case that came in after the application packet was assembled and printed. And we also have an additional speaker who has signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen?
just Mr. Rissy could state for the record, summarize the supplemental materials.
I believe it is 2 letters of opposition from neighbors.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have an additional question for staff.
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
There was a variance proposed on this parcel in 1988. It isn't clear exactly what was proposed. Is this very similar, or is it very different from what the Board of Zoning Appeals rejected in 1988 under the variance standard, which is different than the use permit standard?
Unfortunately, I don't have the drawings that were proposed in 1988 available at this time. All I have is the case summary that was added in the staff report.
Okay, and so that was for a 13-foot rear setback.
Correct.
And also to reduce what then was a 15-foot separation between the garage and the addition. And they were proposing 9 feet, which today would be permitted by right. Is that right?
Correct.
Did the Board of Zoning Appeals make any findings in 1988 when it denied the variance?
All I have right now is the summary. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions for staff.
All right. Any other questions for staff? I have, Ms. Rissy, I just need a little clarification. If I look at the plat, there's a lot of, I count 1, 2, like I think 8 different measurements from various structures to the lot line. And they're all not called out in the advertisement. And I wondered which ones got called out in the advertisements and why. For instance, I see something at 14.8, at 12.7, and I'm just not sure.
Madam Chair, we advertised the closest setback to each structure. So the building wall, the building eave, the porches, and decks, because if you approve a setback to that distance, then those which are further would be allowed as well.
Okay, but only allowed at the locations in the drawing.
Correct, according to the plans that have been submitted.
According to the plans. So things that are shown on the plans at 14.8 or 16.7, I guess that's one of the ones. All right, so the other question is 16 feet to the rear porches. So that suggests that there's 2 porches at 16 feet?
Well, there are 2 porches, the closest of which is 16 feet.
All right.
Actually, there are 3 porches, technically.
Yeah. All right, so 16 feet is the measurement of the closest porch?
Correct.
I don't even see a 16 feet to the rear, 6.2. Okay, I will try to look up the rest of these to see if I can figure out all the measurements. Thank you. All right, if there's no other questions for, coverage. What's the, this is R6, so coverage is what? Maximum lot coverage is 43?
Maximum lot coverage in the R6 zoning district is 45 for a dwelling that has a detached rear garage, and up to 48 with a qualifying front porch.
All right, great, thank you. All right, let's hear from the applicant. Is Mr. Matthew Vinos or Laura Vinos here tonight?
Yes, we are here. We are both here. Can you see us and hear us?
I do.
Okay, great. I'm Laura.
All right, is there something you'd like to add to the application?
Sure. We've been in this house since the day of the derecho in 2013, and our homecoming to the house was picking up limbs in our yard and our neighbor's yard, and we've loved living here ever since. We've been slowly updating our house. We have 2 children in our house, and we have our quarantine bubble surrounding us in our street, and we never want to leave. And when we moved here, we thought, we'll grow out of it and move on somewhere else, and that's not going to happen. We want to stay here. We love our schools, not so much homeschooling, but we love our schools. And yeah, just really excited about the possibility to have a proper bedroom for our son, our 6-year-old. He currently is in the addition that was put in, 30 years ago, which was built over shingled roof, and it's not insulated. We'd really love a proper bedroom for our son. We'd love to have more than a galley kitchen if possible. And so we think our proposal is really thoughtful. We think what we're really excited about is that we get to keep the look of the front of the house and its charm while still meeting the growing needs of our family. So we've been really pleased. We're working with more architects. We have a representative on the line too, if there are any technical questions.
Okay. And that's Mr. Moore? Is that correct?
I believe also Bill Bork.
Hi, this is Bill Burke. I'm here.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry I don't have a camera, so I don't show up.
That's all right.
Probably to your benefit.
That's all right. We all have days like that. Any questions for the applicant or staff at this time? All right. Mr. Rissy, I understand we have a speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right. Would you call the speaker, please?
Mary Goley, if you're available, please turn on your microphone.
And camera, if you'd like.
I think the mic is on.
Yes, we hear you.
Now, I'm not sure about camera. Let's see if this works. No? Huh. I don't know what to do about a camera. I have a Mac. Any suggestions?
It's all right if you can proceed without a camera.
Okay.
Or Mr. Owen, do you have a suggestion for her?
Usually if you I have a Mac as well, so if you bring the mouse over the window where you see all the action here, sometimes a bar will show up with a red square at one side, and there might be a place where there's looks like a movie camera. It says turn camera off and on. So if you see that icon that looks like a movie camera, that might be the place to turn it on.
That it says I don't have access. So
All right.
I should just talk.
Don't worry about it.
That's fine. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Mary Ann Goley, and I live at 4909 Washington Boulevard. That property is back to back to the Venus property. I certainly encourage and endorse and would not object to a larger footprint for the Venus property to the left and to the right of the current structure to fill it into fullest capacity possible. I have great cause and concern about moving closer, any wall, any structure closer to my property. If you look at the material that the Venus has submitted to you, there's a photograph of the rear yard. Now, this property is wider than it is deeper, and it's the lack of depth that's what concerns me. So if you look at this rear view, you'll see the bump out. You see the rear view of the rear yard. And if you see the further space structure, Mr. Owen, I think that's what you might have been alluding to. I'm sorry, I didn't say that I've been here since 1979. So the Connors occupied this house and the Venus purchased the house from the Connors. So I think that structure, which is the kitchen wall, which is the closest wall to my property, that might very well be what you were talking about in 1988. And my hope is that anything that's built up closer to my house would not exceed that would be the limit. The Connors did get approval for that, so there must have been a reason for that. It's very interesting during this evening. I've heard very little about stormwater runoff, and this is a huge, huge concern in this neighborhood. In addition to my document, you have a document from Ann Lancaster, and she lays out in great depth the kinds of runoff of water and how she has had to mitigate and deal with these problems. Specifically to our property, our adjacent properties, 4916 13th Street. Coming from that direction, again, if you'll direct your attention to the photograph of the rear yard, water flow comes from the direction of 4916, goes through the Venus yard, comes over to my yard, and then goes into 4907. That is 4907 Washington Boulevard. And that person is Chris Kim. Chris Kim has been so concerned about water flow that he has a video. And I would encourage you to get a look at that video, because I don't see any indication here in the staff report of ecological, or if you will, environmental impact of storm water in these yards. So I'm sure this is not new to you. You know that the water coming from George Mason down to Buchanan is a huge problem. And the Venuses have that problem as well. We all have that problem. So I've lived here since 1979. I have never seen as much water in my backyard as I have in the last, so this is my major concern, as well as, if you will, community privacy. I think that all of this bumping outs of property is mitigating the nature of this neighborhood that we all love. Myself and the Venuses love this neighborhood. And the more you get closer and build out property, I mean, of course, we're not at a townhouse community, but we could be getting there. So water is a problem. I do need to point out communication has been an issue. And Matt and I have talked about that, but only Tuesday. I should also say, I have only learned about the scope of this project Monday. At my initiative, I picked up the phone, I called Arlington County Monday, at which time I got a sense of the scope and also became aware of this meeting tonight. So this kind of, this I don't appreciate. I want to point out here in the staff report, if you look at pages 3 and 4, they talk about main building footprint. Look at the headlines, rear yard setback on page 3. On page 4, accessory building separation distances. Do you need my address anywhere? Is it there? Why isn't it there? My house is the one that is most impacted by this proposal. My house is not in this report. I also want to say disappointment in the county in terms of practice. So Monday, as I mentioned to you, I learned about this. Monday, I walked along 13th Street. I saw posted on 13th Street a yellow sign announcing this project and the meeting for Wednesday. I live on Washington Boulevard. My property is adjacent to the Venus's property. Was there a sign on Washington Boulevard? No, no. I would like to know why. So I think I've also outlined the lack of timeliness of communication. And so I would just conclude that with what I opened with, that I hope with all due respect, that the committee understands the loss of the kind of community that I moved into in 1979. And I just wish that it would not come further back closer to my property than that extension that is in the photograph that the Venos submitted of the rear yard. Anybody has any questions? I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Goley. Can I just clarify one thing? Your testimony was very, very helpful. The addresses that you see in the staff report,
yeah,
represent locations that staff feel are comparable to what's being requested. It's not meant to be an inventory of all the nearby properties, but it's staff demonstrating where a similar condition exists either nearby somewhere.
And it was not appropriate to deal with separation, building separation distances on page 4.
Those are also examples that staff is giving us of separations in the vicinity of this site plan. So it's not intended to include all the properties. But
most important property, I'm back to back.
No, but I'm saying these are examples that staff is giving us of other sites that have separations similar to what are being requested.
Okay.
Okay.
Understand.
That's all right. So these are examples for us to consider when we look at whether there are conditions like this elsewhere before we approve. But your testimony is very helpful, and I appreciate your being here and also giving us the written feedback that you did.
And I hope you will read Ann Lancaster's report as well.
Yes.
And finally, a bond issue is coming up shortly for a study about these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Goley. We will get back to you as we discuss this case. Mr. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have an observation on the discussion you just had with the neighbor and then a question for staff. The staff report also contains information about the distance of the comparable properties to the parcel. And that's because, at least in my opinion, the closer you are, the more relevant the comparisons are. We're required to review how the placement and size of these additions relate to what the zoning ordinance says are the surrounding properties. And I think the definition of surrounding properties has not been fully settled by the Board of Zoning Appeals. So you could interpret that to mean literally only the abutting properties. Staff has from time to time suggested that anything within a mile or two is still surrounding the property. So here we have fairly close but not actually adjacent properties that are offered by the staff report, but it is absolutely, in my view, relevant, not necessarily dispositive, but relevant, what the immediate surrounding properties look like as well. So with that said, I do have a question for staff about our practice for locating street signage. So we do a mailing to all of the abutting neighbors, or at least we attempt a mailing. And then the street signs are meant to supplement that for additional notice to people who might not receive the mailing. Mr. Rissy, do you know how staff determines which streets or which locations to post signs on, and whether they take into consideration affected rear neighbors when posting signage?
I don't know how staff always determine where to place the signs. I believe they try to use their best judgment to enforce what the zoning ordinance requires, which is just that they be on and around the subject property.
Okay.
In some instances, I know they will go to adjacent streets, and some, obviously, they don't.
So if we ever adopt BZA procedures, maybe one procedure we might want to adopt is to, when there's a rear addition involved, to expect at least one sign to be posted on the street behind the subject property. That's just something for us to think about in terms of our own procedures, because I think that's a well taken point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rissy, along those lines, would Ms. Goley have received one of our letters that we send to the adjoining neighbors?
I believe so, as a directly adjacent neighbor.
I do not recall receiving such a letter.
That, Mr. Rissy, that letter would have gone out roughly, do you know when?
I can look into that.
Okay.
As a footnote, I have been self-isolating since March 1st. Perhaps we can attribute this to the U.S. Post Office, but I didn't get it.
All right. Thank you. That's a deficiency on our part if you did not. Question for the applicant. Did you attempt to contact the rear neighbors?
Yes. On Sunday, September 20th, Laura and I walked around the neighborhood on all the adjacent properties and spoke with all of our neighbors in person except for Miss Goley. She was unavailable at the time. I left her a note with my phone number and asking her to for a time to get together to speak. In her statement, she included said that she had left a message on September 20th that unfortunately I have no record of receiving a call or a voicemail from her on those days. We did receive two calls on Saturday, September 27th. We were out of town that weekend, but as soon as we returned to town on Monday the 28th, I did call Marianne and we did schedule a time to sit down to talk on Tuesday, the next afternoon. Unfortunately, the statement that she submitted was submitted between the time that we scheduled our conversation and the time we actually had the conversation. So I was unable to speak with her prior to her submitting her objection.
Yes, and understanding that that Marianne was disappointed in the communication, I called her yesterday and left her a message with my own cell phone number so that she has two phone numbers to reach us if need be in the future.
With all due respect.
Okay, Mrs. Goley, Miss Goley, yep. Let me wait to call on people as we work through this, certainly. Yeah, it is obviously, it is clear that there may have not been, that this is new. This is new to the neighbor, Miss Goley. And so she's still processing this application. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen.
When I visited the parcel, one of the things that I noticed was that there's a lot of impervious area already on the parcel from a driveway. And I'm just wondering if the applicants have any thoughts about how the driveway might or might not be contributing to the water runoff issues that neighbors are talking about.
I think that's a really great question. And we experience water runoff from east or uphill from between Edison and our home. So prior to even reaching our driveway, it's already a river. And so it would be hard to assess whether or not our driveway is contributing. I do know that our neighbors at 4904, so just directly below our driveway, so right next to us, they do not receive flooding to their basement at all. They have a completely finished basement. They have a daughter that lives in their basement in a bedroom that they've built out, and they don't have any water issues whatsoever.
Your other neighbor who signed off, I'm going to find him, Mr. Keebler. did have concerns about potential rainwater runoff issues, and he's at 4907. So he's also a rear neighbor of yours.
May I just put nothing, 4907 Washington Boulevard, correct?
Yes.
Not 13th Street. So that's Chris Kim, who I was
Yes.
referring to, who has a video of pools of water.
Okay. And then we have another letter from someone up the street at 5005 that talks about. So obviously there is concern about runoff, but the sources are many at this point.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen.
do we know who Gregory Rocket is and where Gregory Rocket lives? What address point?
I do not. No, it says 4900 13th Street.
He's 2 houses down from us.
Okay, thank you.
4900. 4900, yes.
So,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if we
Mr.
let
Owen.
board discussion, I have some thoughts.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Owen. We'll take it with the board. Mr. Rissy.
I just wanted to follow back up on the mailed notice. I did pull out the relevant dates. The notices were created on September 9th, and it looks like the print shop printed them as of the 14th. And I did confirm that Ms. Goley's address was included in the list of addresses that received the notice. So again, I can't confirm that the post office actually did deliver the envelope.
Right.
It was included with those sent out.
Yeah, the 14th, so that's 2 weeks, a little more than 2 weeks before this hearing, they were printed. Okay, so, all right, well, that is what it is, so they say. All right, if there's no other questions for the applicant or the speaker, let's take the discussion to the board. And Mr. Owen, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in a use permit, the applicant has the burden of demonstrating all of the factors that we have to find, including the compatibility in terms of placement and size and location, but also that the proposed improvement will not be injurious to property. And as we've all seen from this meeting tonight, water runoff to rear neighbors and rear neighbor impacts have come up over and over. I think that given the nature of this parcel and the nature of this project and the nature of BZA activity, it's not surprising or unusual that it takes a little while to figure out who needs to be in the conversation and how what the key issues are. So I think the level of outreach that the applicants have made is within the bounds of reason. But I also think that the neighbors' articulated concerns seem very, very reasonable as well. And that, this seems to be a situation that may benefit from further discussion offline outside of a BZA meeting. There's some particular information that I would want to know. I would want more information about the 1988 variance denial, what was applied for. It does not look like anything was approved, but there's some question that something was built anyway. So more information about what happened in 1988 would be helpful. I think it would be helpful if we had a very thorough presentation from the applicant and their building team about stormwater abatement and what investments might, in their opinion, be appropriate on their property that would address the stormwater issue that seems to affect the whole community, not just, any one neighbor, but it seems to, it's not all, as the applicants pointed out, they don't cause it all. And they also are impacted by it. But I think it's clear that a more thorough discussion of stormwater management would be helpful. And then I think the toughest question, which I don't really myself, maybe other board members would be ready to work on it tonight, but I don't really feel like I have great information about the privacy issue or the encroachment issue in the rear yard. I would love to have a lot more photographs from the perspective of the rear property line and the side property lines. Just working from the drawings, it can be difficult, especially for rear yards, to really see what's going on back there. So I think for me, in order to approve this, there's just a lot more information I would need. And if in the meantime, there's discussions with neighbors that address some of the neighbor concerns that help us better differentiate reasonable and unreasonable concerns, that'd be helpful. So, in 1988, it seems like something very similar was proposed to the BZA, and we just said no. That's not, that doesn't meet the criteria. Those were different, tougher criteria than we have for use permits. Use permits are a lower standard than variances, but nonetheless, we already said no to something like this before. So, so I think it's a challenging application, and a lot more information would be helpful to making our decision.
I see that Mr. Borque has his
sorry,
hand up,
Burke.
but I don't want to call on you yet. But I want to hear from my colleagues if they have any other. It sounds like we're headed towards a deferral, and Mr. Owen has outlined some good points that need to be worked on and considered during the deferral period. I just wondered if our colleagues had anything else they wanted to add to the list. Ms. Freshman?
Not especially. I agree with what Mr. Owen has said. I would only be cautious that, and I actually 100 years ago lived in this neighborhood, so I'm pretty familiar, especially with this street, and it sounds like the stormwater is a systemic issue that spreads widely. So I would certainly, as we have with other applications, want to be sure that whatever is proposed on the property does no further harm. But I also don't want them to have to bear the burden of solving an issue that is not of their creation and from which they also suffer. So I think there needs to be a balance when it comes to the stormwater mitigation. But I agree. And frankly, this may be the way we do notifications all the time, but 2 weeks, even when the post office is operating without undue political pressure, is not very much time for people to receive notice and give their feedback or even plan to be on a virtual meeting. That may be another issue for another time, but I think that exacerbates this issue because of the notice that seems to come so soon and not give people an opportunity to really participate.
Thank you, Ms. Freshman. Any additional comment from colleagues? I think we are going to want to talk to, I forgot how do you pronounce your last, the contractor, but we'll get to you just because I think you'll be very helpful in helping us move forward. But the other comment in a deferral is, we are in COVID. And that does make things harder. And Ms. Scully has indicated that she is isolating, which is completely understandable in this. And so that makes communications a little bit more difficult. But I hope that, you know, you can work out a way to effectively communicate, since you may not be able to do it in the same room sitting around a table, which is the ideal way to you know, look at plans and get input and kind of work things out. But that's a unfortunate, you know, higher obstacle for you all than normal. Now I will go to your contractor, and maybe you can talk about the stormwater and kind of what you can add to that.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I was hoping to address that. Our intention was to keep the size of the addition and the disturbance around the house as small as possible for a couple of reasons. One is just to keep the scale of the house when it's finished within the, you know, the same scale as the rest of the neighborhood. Matt and Laura have both committed to keeping the existing house, which I think is pretty commendable, because I love those old houses in those neighborhoods. And I agree with Ms. Goley also. It breaks my heart every time I see an old house torn down. But part of the reason we were trying to keep the scale down was also there's a code regulation. If you're within 2,500 square feet of disturbance, you're allowed to do the normal gutters, downspouts, that kind of thing. So that was part of our intent also, was to stay within those limits. There is a house just half a block up the street from Matt and Laura's house that we just finished that unfortunately went just over that limit. So there are extraordinary measures we can take where we, at that particular house, built dry wells to receive all the storm water, front and back. But then that kind of pushes us over that tightrope. Then we're over 2,500 square feet once we dig up the whole yard. So to some degree, you know, we were trying to walk a fine line where we would disturb as little area as possible, which is also a concern with the stormwater runoff.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what additional requirements occur if you exceed 2,500 square feet?
Yeah, thank you for asking that, because it's an important point. Once you exceed 2,500 square feet, there's a requirement for you to do a grading plan. In our experience, that when you get an engineer to do that, that's at least $10,000 to $15,000 in fees. Plus, on top of that, the actual measures are another $10,000 or more. So by the time you're all in, it's over $20,000 to. So when I say they're extraordinary measures, that's kind of what I mean. Is that for something that we're trying to avoid creating more runoff, it's a pretty good premium that you have to pay to go to the next step.
Wow, so that's ironic, and might be something we should bring to the attention of the county to give some relief there, because we don't want to be discouraging people accidentally from building stormwater runoff. So counting those improvements toward coverage, that's disappointing to hear.
So we are headed towards a deferral. It would be helpful that you discuss with the neighbors what mitigation you are proposing and how that will not contribute to any further problems, you know, in a neighborhood that already has water problems. I believe the applicant wants to, one of you want to speak?
Sure, yes, just briefly. 2 points quickly. We did speak personally with everybody else who was in great favor, and we all share the water issue, and we have discussed it. Unfortunately, I understand where Marianne is coming from, and I seriously empathize with her situation, as we are all dealing with the water issue. One thing that Matt won't say, because he's humble, but he's a major gardener, and everything we do is in keeping with trying to maintain the water issue. And so we've been really thoughtful in what we can do on our own property to try to divert some of this water away from yards, something that we're incredibly aware of. To the extent of the county putting a drain into our street, there's nothing that we're going to be able to do to keep the water from coming, right? So with the addition of speaking more in depth and making sure Mary Ann feels more comfortable before if we do this again, I don't know how to solve the issue of a county water problem in our entire neighborhood. And so if I could have more advice from the board about what would be more compelling in a next session to avoid a second deferral, for example, because I'm just a little confused on what we can do to prove that this project will be, as our architects say, and as we believe, will be sound and won't create a larger water issue.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen,
I'd like to address that if I may.
certainly.
All right, so first of all, because in my opinion, there's so little information about the visual effects of the rear addition, I just want to offer a note of caution that this may not be possible anyway, right? That there was already denial of a variance. Some neighbors are not just concerned, stormwater is not the only issue going on here. But assuming that that's to the satisfaction of the board and another approval, and we're just down to stormwater, I don't know if you were here earlier in our hearing where we had the South Culpeper Street project, where they were building a front addition and they had rear neighbors who were downhill, and there was concern about stormwater runoff. And the principle that we applied in that case, not that it's binding on this one, is demonstrating to the board's satisfaction that there's no additional harm, right? So that was the standard we used. I wish they had done more, but we approved it at the standard of, you have proven to the board that this will not add a single extra drop of water runoff, right? So what we found insufficient was gutters on the addition's own roof being captured, and no more than that wasn't enough because there was still other impervious factors. So they added enough extra stormwater mitigation that we could be sure that it would in the end be at least a little bit less than is happening today. So that's one way that we have already looked at it. And I'm not offering any guarantees or promises to you at all, but I would just say you could observe that other case that we held, and maybe that is some helpful guidance for how you might work with your team to think about the problem.
Mr. Burke, are you asking for recognition again? I couldn't tell.
Yes, please. I'm sorry, I missed that earlier case. Would you mind letting me know what was the solution there that they proposed?
I would just suggest when the tape goes online, just listen to it.
Okay, thanks.
And by the way, I didn't really like the solution. My feeling was that they barely got over the hump because they have a tiny little front yard addition. And so I would not try to shoot for the bare minimum there, because if your goal is to have a clear ringing approval, you might want to go a little bit extra above the bare minimum.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Ms. Goley, do you understand that we're headed towards a deferral and that you'll have an opportunity to discuss matters with the applicant?
Yes. Does that mean you don't want me to ask another question? What does that mean? Want me to defer my question?
Is it a question that we can answer, or is it to the applicant?
I wanted to build on what Mr. Owen just said.
So you're looking for more, you want someone to demonstrate to you that this will not create additional harm to your property.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And I think that is, I believe, the number one agenda item for this deferral.
Which includes other issues.
It can include any other issue that you want to raise. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome.
Could I clarify? It's the stormwater? Stormwater's the main issue, and also Mr. Owen would like to see more visual evidence to the backyard.
Mr. Burke, the main issue is that this application is somewhat new to a highly affected neighbor. So
Right.
that neighbor may have other issues besides stormwater.
Okay.
That will come out in the conversation. And I think you need to be part of that conversation, but it's not solely about stormwater. It could be other issues that Ms. Goley or Mr. Kim, if they circle back to him, may raise. So you'll have to just be open-minded about and listen as to what issues that the neighbors may have. It's largely because the application is new. There wasn't a lot of time for them to process and ask questions. And so they'd like to just simply learn more about the application. And just like we would, they know what the backyard looks like, what they would be looking at. We're not so sure. So we were requesting some more visuals of what the backyard looks like so that we could be more certain of what we were approving.
Okay.
May I ask a brief question? If the photos that were taken this afternoon of the backyard provided any clarity to that issue?
I didn't see any such photographs.
I believe
Stephen came by this afternoon to take photos. No?
Mr.
Am I
Owen,
wrong?
there are the photos in the PowerPoint.
Oh, I can't see the PowerPoint. And there were none in our packet.
All right, just whoops. Let's just put the photos where we can all see them for next time.
Oh, there. Yeah, that would have been helpful in the packet. But I'm glad you took them, Mr. Rissy. Thank you. Okay, and perhaps Ms. Goley might give Mr. Rissy permission, or might give county staff permission to enter her property to take photographs. Would that be okay with you?
I'm sorry he didn't do that today. So the photograph that's on the screen right now, I have a 6-foot fence, something like that. The fence is just there on the far left.
Yeah.
Yes, please come.
You give permission for them to enter your property?
To take pictures?
To take pictures.
Yes, but won't he let me know he's coming?
I bet he will.
All right, neighborly.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Freshman.
I think as long as we're making a laundry list, I think that it would be helpful to have renderings of the rear, because it's fine to see what's there now, which may or may not be visible from the south. But we have drawings of what's proposed, but we don't have a sense of what if some of the concern is what the neighbors are going to be looking at, as well as how the encroachment impacts water and other issues. A sketch or two of what is envisioned would be helpful.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Owen.
One other issue that I think is in favor of the application is the saving the tree on the right front side of the property. So that's a constraint, and the zoning ordinance recognizes taking that constraint into consideration. So I would be interested in knowing the species of tree for the record, and whether the applicants would be willing to accept a condition that they and whoever they sell the house to later would take reasonable measures to preserve the tree. So, and that's a factor we can consider in deciding the case in the future.
Or if you have knowledge of the condition of the tree, that would be helpful.
If it's healthy or unhealthy, if an arborist has expressed views on it.
Thank you.
Could I add that, a big part of the designing of the house was to save the tree. I mean, we could have reconfigured it to go more towards the front, but the Venoses were really committed to saving the tree, which we've tried to work around.
So that's a named factor in the zoning ordinance. So providing more documentation about it and commitments to bind the future owners to continuing that tree would be helpful.
All right, I think we've laid things out as well as we can at this late hour. We're going to move to make a motion deferred. Do we have someone who wants to get that started?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Owen?
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals defer this item to the December Board of Zoning Appeals meeting for a review of 6 items, or for more time to address 6 items. 1, to get more information on the 1988 variance denial. 2nd, to get more information about the visual impact to rear neighbors with ample photographic evidence. And 3, renderings from of the rear addition. 4, to get more information on potential stormwater abatement. 5, to get more information and potential commitments from the applicant regarding the tree, the big tree on the front right of the property. And 6, to obtain any more information about any other issues identified by the immediate rear neighbors.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Freshman. Any further discussion? I will call the roll. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion deferred to the December BZA hearing has been approved. So,
Madam Chair?
yes.
I just will want to observe that the applicants are longstanding neighbors in the neighborhood and clearly intend to be for a lot longer. So I'm hopeful that although it's frustrating to have these delays and work through all these issues, that in the end there might be a project that's approvable here. So that's just an atmospheric here that this is, these are people operating in good faith with their neighbors, and I hope that that will lead to a good outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. All right. Thank you, and we'll see you in December.
Thank you.
All right. Minutes. I believe that we want to defer the minutes. I made some comments that I was going to outline orally, but I believe Mr. Owen also has some comments on the minutes that we made just as well.
Madam Chair, I just didn't have a chance to review the minutes as thoroughly as I would like, and I would just propose that we bump that to our October agenda.
All right. Do we need a motion to defer the minutes?
I
Not an agenda. Oh, go ahead.
I move that we defer the minutes to the October agenda.
I'll second that motion. So if there, I know Ms. Freshman, you did not have any comments, but I did, Mr. Owen does. If there's any others, please let Mr. Rissy know. Let's vote on the motion. Mr. Owen?
Aye.
Ms. Freshman?
Aye.
Mr. Melnick?
Aye. Sorry.
Ms. Clark?
Aye.
Chair votes aye on deferring the minutes to our October meeting. All right. Is there any other business before this body tonight?
Madam Chair, thanks for all of your work on the administration and trying to get our new funding in order. That's very much appreciated.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, that was Mr. Smith's legacy. That was Mr. Smith's legacy. So there being no other business before this body, I declare this meeting adjourned.
Bye.
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 That is the correct response.
Good night.
So, good night. Good night, Portia. Good night.